want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring them to their knees. A day for them to see. Free just like a wing, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip gods into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make great.
All right, guys, let's get this party started. If you want a reading, be sure and visit my stand store. It is linked in the description below. And as always, we have a fair use, a disclaimer. As you come in, please hit the thumbs up. Subscribe if you're not subscribed, and share the video if you like it. Let's get it going. Good morning, everyone. Afternoon in some places. Welcome to Astrology for Mystics. I am your host, astrologer Jennifer Jennings, and we have got some things to talk about this morning. I've received some messages, and I'm looking into, I have looked into certain messages this morning, but let me first start by saying that I have been investigating with the tool of astrology for many years, and I'm only getting better. Those who do not understand the art and the creativeness, that's on them. I can't fix, manage, control. I can't help that. This is a time period for me personally to align myself with those who appreciate the work that I put in and day out, all day, all night, until I go to sleep. Jeff has been with me for a few years now. He can attest. People that have been with me before, they can attest. I'm very committed to the work that I do. I first began studying or investigating astrology with medical because I had children that were having major problems. So I have been doing this for many years. I'm not just new to astrology. I'm not new to mapping. I've been mapping for years. And I can tell you who is in transit by just a feeling. But I don't work on feelings. I don't work on beliefs. I believe. I mean, we all have beliefs. I work theories. That's what I work. I work all theories because I'm open to the truth. Because I'm not God. I didn't create the universe. I didn't create the heavens. I just read them. I'm really good at reading energy. Really good at reading energy. So I'm really, really good at reading the energy of astrology. And most astrologers don't even read the amount of points that I do. And I am giving I'm definitely giving myself a pat on the back because I've worked very hard for it. And I'll be damned if anybody tries to act like I haven't. This morning, I have received messages about certain location that Psychic Sleuth has proclaimed for Sebastian to be. And I'm going to show you that. But first, I want to talk about the missing event. Because I've said it until I'm blue in the face, but just in case anyone is very slow, I want to break it down. When Sebastian went missing, there was a relationship. There's a relationship that has come from the past. And we are traveling. At 1:36 a.m., there is a relationship that has come from the past. We are traveling. Okay? Let me tell you what Sagittarius is, because this rising event at 1:36 a.m., I've stopped the clock at the missing event because there's no exact time of when Sebastian went missing. So from his home, I've got two maps, okay? From his home and one from the Texas Roadhouse. This is the one that would be from his home because I stopped the clock at 1:36 a.m. because the moon, you see moon in Virgo, it's about health, and Neptune were at the same exact degree in an opposition. I've seen floods. I've seen major shit go down when we have the moon in an opposition to Neptune. Overdoses. Okay? Major health factor here. But I don't know, and you don't know, what time Sebastian actually went missing. So this is a hypothetical chart. And anytime that you are not following me, please stop me and tell me that you don't understand, because I often have that response. Well, I don't understand. If you don't understand English, take another English class. I don't know what to tell you. And it may sound like I'm being a straight bitch, but I'm just being honest and raw, because that is what this full moon in Aries is asking us all to do. But I definitely don't want to, my intent is not to offend. My intent is to teach the best way that I possibly can. And sometimes people understand, especially when I'm being really assertive. This event at 1:36 a.m. is showing me a major opposition. We're rising, okay? The event at 1:36 a.m. is rising with Sagittarius. What is Sagittarius? Sagittarius can be it's a fire energy, fire, okay? We're going quick. We're going far. It's about mental exploration. It's about religion. It could be a foreign country, but we're going far, okay? We're going really far. But the thing is that Pallas is here, and she brings the wake-up call. So whatever has happened has already happened. This is in the past. If you want to peer into the past, here it is. We're peering into the past, and there was a wake-up call before 1:36 a.m. of traveling, of going far, okay? The ninth house is also, Sagittarius, is also about the judge, the courts, things from the past with the courts. Who was having issues with the courts? We know who was having issues. What's understood doesn't need to be explained, okay? So we have things of the past. We've got a long travel. And then we're coming into this Capricorn. There's a lot of authority here at 1:36 a.m. And let me just explain. There is Ceres. Ceres is about responsibility. I mean, Capricorn is about responsibility. Ceres is in Capricorn. It's about structure, bones of the earth. There's a lot of energy here. Ceres is about agriculture, but it's also about directed energy. If we were dealing with war, but we're not. Ceres is also about churches, pastors, preachers. Then we've got the desires, these desires, the 757 desires with Capricorn. This 757 goes to a few places that I can think of. North Carolina is one of them. Then we've got the UK, all right? We got other places. All of these degrees are going to tell me a story based on the patterns that I have already for years recognized. I understand that connections are more than just houses and signs. It's also about the degrees in our chart, okay? We are going into the second house here. This is about money and values. We have a stellium. A stellium is where 3 or more planets are together and they're in conversation. This is big, 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 big. We got Pluto in Aquarius. We've got Mars in Aquarius, and we've got Venus in Aquarius. So this is about the responsibility, the accountability. It could even be a business with Capricorn. All of this is coming in the future. It's going to come in the future. And it does. You know, Seth rises at 11:54, so this is definitely coming into the future for him when he wakes up. This 1004, this is the attorney, the district attorney. Well, it's come for him. And so on and so forth. But this stellium right here is about a transformation with a vehicle, a body, money, values, things of ownership, things that we own. And all of this is coming in the future, and it's with groups. It's also with video. It's also with video. And we come into the third house, and this is where shit's going down in the neighborhood. The third house is about your communications, the power of your mind, your thinking. It's the media. It's siblings. Siblings. All right. Everybody with me right now? Are y'all with me? Because we're having a come to Jesus meeting. And this is going to be the last come to Jesus meeting that I have. This is going to be one that I refer people to. Because this is it. So we have Vulcan, the little red arrow here. This is God's will's being done. We got Mercury. That's about siblings. It's about the breath, the lungs in medical astrology. It's also about the thinking, the power of the mind. The sun, you know what the sun is. It's about the vitality. It's where the sun is shining. It's in Pisces. Then we have Saturn. We got Hygeia. We've got Neptune. I did, kitty catty, and I'm going to show it on the map, sweetheart. So we have all of this that's going down in the neighborhood. We have an opposition with Mercury and the state of Tennessee. The sun is shining on the values of the state of Tennessee. We have this Saturn that is coming to Terry Bowersock's other places as well. We have Hygeia that has just come over Sebastian's Uranus in his fourth house of home. Brings a little shaky shake with health. We have Neptune, the things that we have to dissolve. We are still trying to dissolve this Neptune. It has yet to be dissolved. And only when Sebastian is found is this Neptune actually going to be dissolved. Period. Period. And we can only look to Queen, Mr. Queen. We can only look to him because he is holding the answers. And so is his wife. So is his wife. They're holding the answers. And that is my opinion based on the astrology. Because these numbers, these degrees, this is not going to lie. I might misinterpret, but I've done this long enough that I'm not misinterpreting shit. I've looked at it till I'm blue in the face since Sebastian went missing since day one. Mercury is opposing the state of Tennessee. This is a big. Okay. The sun is shining on the values of business and home, mom and dad. And this is usually on that 7 Capricorn or 7 Cancer. It's a really good place to find the missing in Tennessee. All right, so now we're going into the 4th house of home where mom is. This is the fourth house of home. It's about your genealogy, your emotions. The moon rules the fourth house, but Sebastian has a lot of fire here. During this missing event, there's no Pisces. Although his natal chart definitely has Pisces. His Pisces is beginning here in the natal chart, but with the transits that day, that fateful day and evening into the 26th, it's a lot of fire. We got a lot of fire here. We got a lot of head wound. We got a lot of things going on with the pituitary, with the head. And we can see that Chiron is here at a 1703. And the reason why I stopped the transits today is because I wanted to show you that the lunar nodes are a 1703 right now. We are going back over where we've already been at a 1703. This is the problem. This is the problem with everybody and all the warring. Is he deceased or is he alive? Let me show my hand. Let me say that I am right and you are wrong. All this warring and bickering and puffing up one's chest to act like you are God or that you know it all goes back to the very moment that Sebastian went missing with this opposition. And that's what we see still. No one really wanting to work together, you know. Every psychic medium, and I'm not dogging any psychic medium, I'm just saying, if they could all come together and decide where Sebastian would be, that would be great. Because all psychic mediums are saying he's deceased. But they all give a different location or hundreds of locations a year and a half later. If we could just all come to an agreement on where we could go and start there. Aries full moon that is coming up is wanting us to balance, okay? Wanting us to balance this me, look at me with relationships. You know, we all descend with relationships because why? Because the ego has to drop. And you have to allow other people to speak and to have an opinion. This is the time period to allow other people, without trying to fix, manage, control the narrative. But you also have to come up and say, okay, this is where I'm at. This is where I am drawing the line with the boundary. When Sebastian went missing, okay, when Sebastian went missing, the 527 with Mercury was coming into a 537, and it did pretty quickly. It did pretty quickly. And that's exactly where the 538 is coming. This has already went over the state of Tennessee. All the warring with other people's money, with pawns, with death, with things that are hidden. And what's happening right now, okay, because an astrologer, I see it, is Mercury and Mars. Mercury is right now, it's in Libra, but Mercury is quickly coming to Scorpio. And what's going to happen is Mercury and Mars are going to square Pluto in Aquarius. Pluto and Aquarius. So if we, Sebastian, okay, with this upcoming full moon that is culminating a lot of warring with Katie. All the warring with Katie is going to peak. It hasn't even gotten here yet. It's only going to peak. It's only going to get worse. All the warring with Katie. What she did to her son. Where is her son? What did you do? What did you do? Where'd you take him? I know that she did this. I know that she did that. Nobody really knows. Okay? You really don't know. You think that you know, but you really don't know. All right. All of this is coming to a peak. And when Mercury comes into Scorpio, Mercury and Scorpio are going to be in the first house of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' birth chart eventually. But right now they're in the 12th. Okay, right now it's all about the past. It's all about the past. And then it's Mars is going to come and it's going to sit on Sebastian's ascendant. Mercury is going to sit on Sebastian's ascendant, and they are going to be squaring up. It's like having gloves on. All right, you're squaring up. You're about to punch somebody in the chin. You're squaring up. All right, so Pluto is about death, rebirth, regeneration, other people's money that's hidden. Okay, so Aquarius is about communities. It's about homelessness. It's about liberation, being free. It's about groups. It's about groups. So when you play the tape through as an astrologer, when you play the tape through, the theories of just, oh, she did it, he's gone, we just got to find him. No, they expand from there. They expand. It expands to group homes and homelessness. And I don't know how many times I can say that. When a child goes missing, and I consider Sebastian a child because he is under the age of 18. When kids go missing, they have either ran away or they have been abducted by a family member. Okay, so they either run away or they are abducted by a family member. Then we can go and we can say, okay, it could have been a neighbor. It could have been an SO, right? And I've looked at all those theories. I'm still looking at all those theories, and I'm keeping everything open because I really try not to fix, manage, control the narrative. And if I'm so fixated on one theory, then I'm not open to other theories, and I want to bash the person that has a difference of opinion. You see what I'm saying? And we don't have to have an argument because we have a difference of opinion. Isn't that what Charlie Kirk was all about? Debating without getting your panties all in a wad? Yeah, of course he is. He is all about debating and being open-minded to other people's truth because everybody has a right to their opinion. I don't watch Psychic Sleuth, okay? I don't watch her, but I did watch the video that people were asking me to watch about her saying that she knows exactly where Sebastian's at. And I want you to wait for it because I'm interested. I am interested. I don't think that he's where she thinks he is, but I'm open. Okay, I'm open to being wrong. And you could be possibly right, Shauna. I don't really know. I know that she has never reached out to me. And I have a problem with people that want to be boasted, but don't want to work together. I have a problem with people like that. And I'll be nice. I'll be nice to a certain extent. And I'm not talking about just like sleuths. I'm talking about creators in general who want to snub their nose up and act like their shit don't stink and they can't work with me. Yeah, I mean, I remember. Yeah, she definitely did. And so here's the deal. There was a relationship, okay? I mean, that's maybe so, Sharon, but I mean, who's going to dive into a lake? I'm not. I mean, we would have to have people that can go in there. Maybe Crabapple will do it. Maybe he will. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, y'all. It's a bunch of woo woo who I don't know. I've had a lot of people come to me about dreams. I've had a dream myself recently about Sebastian that I haven't even told Seth about. We can all have dreams. We can all have theories. We can all have, but until we actually come together and work together, we the people are stronger together. We're more powerful together. But when you set yourself aside and you have your nose stuck up in the air, you can get it like you give it, okay? And I'm just saying, you can get it like you give it. And if this resonates with you, then put the shoe on and sport it. Put it on. I do not care. I want you to see this. Shauna, you do astrology. Check this out. We got the moon. We got the dark moon. And we have Juno. They're all in conversation here. These three are in conversation. So we can't look at the moon separate from the dark moon, nor can we look at it separate from Juno, because they're all coming together and they're telling a story. And let me tell you something. The moon and the dark moon just got through a conjunction in Scorpio. Okay. What did we see? Because we're observers, all right? We can observe and we can learn. But if you're not observing like myself, you're not learning. If you're not observing with me, you're not learning. You're just spouting off a bunch of bullshit. But when you observe and put that astrology book down, or when you just observe, that's when you become a master of what's hidden. So we have the moon, we are reflecting. We have the dark moon, we are reflecting on disordered aggression of things from the past. And we have a relationship here. There's a relationship. So is the relationship with Sebastian, because Sebastian's sleep patterns were not regular. I don't have to ask Katie. I don't have to ask Chris. I don't have to ask Seth. I already know his sleep patterns are not regular. Anytime you have 6q27 chromosomal deletion and you have autism, you're not sleeping right. It affects your hormones, okay? Yes, Shauna, just look at the degrees first, okay? And this 1614 is definitely, goes to Sebastian's Vulcan in Sagittarius. You got to take all this into consideration, okay? That 1614 also goes to Virginia. It goes to Trump. We know what was going on. I've proven it to you. What was going on with Trump and Israel and Mexico that day? They're transit. I mean, I can't make it up. This isn't, I'm not, I'm not playing Houdini shit. This is for real. I mean, I see it before it comes. If I'm playing the tape through and I'm looking at the clock, I mean, I'm just like when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. I was talking to Shauna and I was like, holy shit, we need to watch this time period. Something is off. Something isn't right. Something is going down. Our little late night conversation. And then boom. I'm like, oh my God, well, there it is. That's what happened. The degrees definitely matter. Okay. This 1516, this relationship, this 1516, well, that's the same degree as Sebastian's Mars. His Mars. What is Mars? It's about his body. It's about competition. It's about travel. Accidents. Warring. Okay. So we have to take that energy of Sebastian's natal chart and we apply it to the dark moon with a relationship. Things from the past. This is what I would consider the 2636 with the moon and the opposition with Neptune. That 2636, in my opinion, goes back to Chris Proudfoot. This is going back to the past with Sebastian. Whether or not Chris had anything to do with it, he doesn't even have to be there. But there is a darkness. There is a relationship. There is things from the past that is coming back. Here in the 5th house of kids and creativity, let's look at this because what I'm showing you, well, let's go back. This 4th house of home, there's a bunch of warring. There's a fate. Bunch of warring and fate here. 2420 goes to Oklahoma. Okay. 1753 goes to Miss Betty in Georgia with the alleged sighting. And then this 5th house of kids. It's about creativity. It's about school. It's about education. And we've got Jupiter. We got Selena. And we've got Uranus. Well, we got an expansion of travel. We got an expansion with the courts. We got an expansion with money. An expansion with travel. Earthy. Very earthy here. We're learning something. There's a teacher. We're being taught something. And then there's a shakeup. And damn, if there is not a big ass shakeup here in the state of Tennessee. The state of Tennessee has a 1928, just like this Uranus. State of Tennessee's got a 1928 in their natal chart. It's with Sedna. In Pisces, there is a charity. There is a prisons and hospitals. There is water. It's drugs. It's a shakeup with groups that's coming. The groups, that's us, okay? The shakeup that's coming to Tennessee with Sedna. Sedna's story is about betrayal. It's about being betrayed. There's a shakeup here in the state of Tennessee, and it was. Sedna is also about letting go, surrender. So we have that all in conversation in the 5th house of kids and creativity. It's in Taurus. Then let's go to the 6th house of health because this is the everyday. This is the 6th house of health. The 6th house of health is in Taurus. We have Sedna in Taurus. She's critical. It's critical. Critical 2928. It's a critical aneretic degree. Now we got to break up. We got to break up with communications. We got to break up with the breath, with siblings. We have a Mexico, Israel, Trump, and myself all in transit right here at the 344. Then we got this flame of life. This flame of life is going into the 7th house of relationships and partnerships. There is a reigniting of a flame. That means that whatever flame has been reignited was reignited in the past. It's about communications. It's about two people communicating. There's communications here. It's about the neighborhood, neighbors, ring cameras. Then we got this divine justice at a 0043, and it's in Cancer. Now, let me talk about this one for a minute. This 0043, let me just tell you who it goes to. It goes to the neighbor's car, CARR. You know who that is. The justice is going right over his house. First place it goes to is his house. It also goes right over Worsham's, where 3 people, if not more, allegedly saw Kathy and Sebastian at Worsham's. Alleged, right? So it goes over Mr. Carr, goes over the school, then it goes over Worsham's Beach Market. Communications, 2 people, home. So now we've got to incorporate the Cancerian energy. Cancer can be land, real estate. It can be cemetery. It can be family, loyalty, emotions, reflections. But then we have a weight. We got a weight at a 1202. That's on Kathy. That 1202 is Kathy all day, every day. This 1202 is also faith. Then we have a devouring energy. That 1414 is, well, it goes to several states like Alabama, but it also goes to the TBI. Okay. Then we go into the 8th house of death, rebirth, regeneration, other people's money, things that are hidden. The Scorpio, this Pluto house. This is the pond. This would be ponds, murky water, things that are murky. Well, we've got to look at this though. There's the home. Again, this is Cancerian energy. So we're talking about home and loyalty and emotions that are here, very emotional. And we've got this Leo energy. This is about school. It's about attention. It's about competition and fun. All right, so now we're here. This is very playful. This is about children. Just a plan. Then we go into the 9th house. And again, this is Leo. So this is about children and education and, you know, playfulness. Children, school. But we're going far. We're going far. We're going outside the neighborhood with health, with a relationship from the past that brings disordered aggression. And there is something that's beginning and ending here because you see the 0000 Libra vernal point. That is something beginning and ending. Boom, bam. Something is beginning and ending here. Something begins here. The 10th house, this is the public image. This is what is taking place at the moment. And we have Justice. There's a lot of justice here with relationships. We've been here before. Lots of magnetism with the law and relationships. We have things that are hidden with the friend groups. This 6-18, this Apollo that brings enlightenment with the physician. Well, this is also the TBI. The TBI is just all in this. And so is the state of Tennessee, but the TBI is definitely here. Other people's money, things that are hidden, ponds, trash, murky water, other people's money. So this is the TBI all day, every day. This is what the TBI has in their chart in the 6th house of health, how they work. And this is what is bringing them enlightenment here in the 11th house of groups. Then we have this wisdom. This wisdom goes to Mississippi. The wisdom with other people's money, Mississippi. So that is the reading really quick without looking at aspects and all that stuff for Sebastian at 1:36 a.m. But if we look at the reading for when he left the Texas Roadhouse, it's different. It's different. It's not all that different when I map it. It's really not. But I would say that if I pull up his map and I show you all the different energy that is going around the neighbor's house and what you know about these neighbors, you're going to understand that the map ain't lying. It's just figuring out where he could be located. How many miles are we going to go? Is he deceased or is he alive? And whether or not you think he's deceased or alive, nobody should be arguing about that. That's very juvenile. You can puff your chest out and you can act like you are holier than thou and you know exactly where he is or you know exactly what happened. But you know what? Until he is found, I'm not buying none of it. And I'm still going to be looking and I'm still going to be doing what the frick I want to do. Okay. This is not my first rodeo. I've been looking for missing kids. I've been investigating with astrology for many years. Okay. Just because you might not have ever seen me do it and you're still not interested in seeing me do it, do my thing, because you can't wrap your mind around this type of investigation. That's not my problem. That's not my problem. Okay. I'm over it. I'm about to show Sebastian's map. So let me pull that up. And let me take a moment to say hi to y'all. Because I've just been talking. Looking at the, you know, the energies of that fateful middle of the night that look very intense. And when I tell you, and I bring to you that there's some intense shit going down, and I tell you to write it on your calendar, that's exactly what I mean. Because I've done this long enough. It's not because I'm God. It's not because I'm all that great. It's because I've done it long enough that it's going to be that. I may not can tell you exactly what's going to go down, but I'm telling you, hey, we need to observe this time because it's intense. It's very intense at 1:36 a.m. No matter what's going on with Sebastian, it's very intense at that moment. And I'm sticking to it. I have created a whole timeline for Sebastian. I created a whole timeline from time to time to time to time to time. What I'm thinking is happening. I can't make it up. I can't make it up. When that stuff went down with Charlie Kirk, I knew something was happening. But the way that I saw it, it was Trump, Elon, Epstein, Maxwell, Israel, and Mexico. That's what I saw. And so you can take that what you will, but you can definitely take it to the bank when the truth does come out about Charlie Kirk. Because it's going to. It'll eventually come out. Truth always, it always rises. They're always telling us what they're going to do beforehand, you know? All right, so let's look at Sebastian's map. Hold on. Let me remove that. And let me do this. Share my screen. I'm going to share my whole screen. That way I can just keep on going back and forth if I want to. All right. So let's look at this map. I'll wait until it pulls up. All right, y'all see it? Y'all see the map now? All right, so this is where Psychic Sleuth is saying Crutcher Lake. This is it. This is it. Okay. And I saw where she was just talking about, she just realized how to do the compass bearing. The compass bearing is an 80. Let's see. It's going to go slow for a minute. Oh, dang it. It's too much data for StreamYard. Okay, so this is an 86, 87 compass bearing. This is a 25, 26. This is like a 26, 27 Gemini. And we just saw that in the 7th house of relationships, we just saw a Gemini that was a 22. So the 22 would be 82 compass bearing. There it is right there. There's Vesta, the flame of life is going right there, right over it. Okay. And if I turn on the missing, you'll see that there's Vesta. Oh, hold on. Let me take it off. Right there. There's Vesta, the flame of life. And it goes all the way to Virginia. Goes all the way to Virginia Beach or Newport. I don't even remember. Okay. Now, I'm going to go further in. We're going to go further in. Actually, let me take it further out because I want to show you all the addresses that I have on this map. I've got over 1,000 addresses now on this map, this particular map, that would have Sebastian going missing from his home and not the Texas Roadhouse. Okay. So let me show you all the addresses that are around this. We've got addresses. I'm not going to click on them because I don't want to dox anyone. what happened? Well, damn. Can y'all hear me now? I don't know why it did that. Okay. So what part? Damn. So what part did y'all hear? Anything? I'm not looking at the chat. Sorry, y'all. I don't know how long you have not heard me. I'm so sorry. Okay, so let me backtrack. Okay, so this is where Psychic Sleuth is saying to look. All right. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to be doxing. Okay. All right. So this is where she said to look. I'm not going to show you these addresses. There's Vesta. There's Anderson Road. She was talking about Anderson Road. I wasn't sure if she was talking about Priest Lake, Anderson Road area or what, but she was talking about here. This is a physician. If Seth is still here, this is the physician that I was talking about, that I was in the rabbit hole with yesterday morning. I'm looking more into associates because I have a lot of associates on this map. Okay. I have a lot of associates. I've got a lot of schools. I've got a lot of offenders. I've even got sex offenders. Let me turn that on right here. Let me go ahead and turn that on, see if any show up here. Let's go ahead and put down the addresses and let's see if there's any SOs around here where she is thinking. It's right here. So here's an SO here. See how the SOs are coming up and going back down? There's 3 of them. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I think I might have touched his address. Sorry. Okay. So this is where she is saying, this is where the SOs are. There's one pretty close here. Another one pretty close. This one is a little further away. And the only reason why I've got SOs on here is because I'm open to theories. When you close your mind on one certain theory, you got problems when your theory don't work itself out. You got to be open. And I'm open to not just theories, but I'm open to actually working with other people to find these kids. Okay? Point blank, period. Going a little closer. Because I want you to see that there's an offender here. We're gonna see how far away. From here, a little over a mile. A little over a mile. Not far at all. Here's the parents. It's going a little closer. Here's the parents. This conjunction with Chris is where he meets his North Node with communications. If Chris did anything to Sebastian, he's definitely not going to be reaching this North Node in Gemini here. But maybe he will. Maybe he actually would. I don't know. I don't think so. This is where there's a lot of energy that is going with Katie, with communications and religion, beliefs, 2 or more communications. Here is where Seth is shining. He's just going to show up and show out right here. This is where Seth shows up and shows out. This actually goes over, these same lines actually go over Kathy Bowersock's house, where he showed up and showed out with the glasses that allegedly are not Sebastian's, okay? This is where the flame of life is. And this is also where we have a lead that comes in. We got leads that come in right here. So let's take the parents off. Let's go ahead and take the missing off. Let's look at the natal. Now the natal is going right here and right here. Lines go to California and Virginia. Leads come in on this line. Both degrees match my natal, communications and video. And Kitty Catty and other people messaged me this morning asking me to look at that video. And I will say that this natal connection that I have with Sebastian's natal, Saturn has just went over that degree. It just went over me and him both. What is Saturn? Saturn is about limits and obstacles, water. Limits and obstacles with water. Limits and obstacles with drugs. Limits and obstacles with a physician. Limits and obstacles with authority. When Saturn comes over one of your degrees, it's asking you to work harder. Work harder. And it was that working harder that had me work harder on, where is he at? On this one, this physician. She's working on the video. I'm working on this. And this is what was in transit with Sebastian. Right here. I can't make it up. I cannot make it up. All right. So let me go back. Let me turn off these addresses one more time so we can just stay focused right here. Let's bring up Kathy. All right. So Kathy is coming down here. This is where she also reaches her north node. So her and her son reached their north node with communications with two people, with cousins and family members and siblings. This is where Kathy has a lot of emotions that are about health. Right here. But look at that. My physician, this physician that I've been looking into, she goes right over his house. I'm interested in this physician because it's going right over his house with her Venus and her Mars, and it's pertinent. It's a very pertinent angle here. Also goes over this SO. That offender. All right. Let's take off Kathy. Let's take off the natal. Let's look at the DA. The new DA that I'm adding into the maps. Here's the physician. And this is something that the DA learns. And it brings justice to a home, to land, family, maybe a family practitioner, or maybe even an SO. And there's somebody else here. Oh, there's the SOs. So these are this is Long Hollow. This is Long Hollow Baptist Church. And I can promise you, I definitely have some members of Long Hollow Baptist Church on this map too, because I work my ass off, not just running my mouth, but I also work my ass off on these kids' cases, on their maps. So I'm going to turn off these addresses one more time. We're just going to focus. So I'm going to take the new DA off. Here's the law enforcement. Let me just zoom in. Let's zoom in on her dream and her thinking that he is here. If I'm not mistaken, people said that she sent it to the FBI. Well, there's the FBI right there. So yes, the FBI is going to learn something because this is the third house outer wheel and ninth in Gemini. So this is the ninth house in Gemini. This is about things that they are learning with communications about two people. Right? Right. It's telling the story of past, present, and future. Past, present, and future is on this map. Their Pluto in Hygeia in 8th house of death, rebirth, regeneration. There's two or more as possible. Communications, video, community, rebirth, what's hidden with mental health trash. Could also be a pond. Murky water. The state of Tennessee is further up. This is their south node in Gemini. They've been here before. They've been here before with relationships. They're moving toward their north node in Sag. That Sag was at the 5-degree. That's where the state of Tennessee is meeting this event. Not here, but in Sag, a 5 Sag. That would be a 245 compass bearing. That's where the state of Tennessee rises, and then their north node is actually a 240, 50, 63, 263 compass bearing. But that 5-degree with Palace, the state of Tennessee is sharing that 5-degree, and I'm going to show it to you. Just hold up. I'm going to show it to you, but I want to walk through this. Here's the U.S. Marshals. The U.S. Marshals, Chronos conjunct Hygeia in the 2nd house in Capricorn is fated. What does it say? Is fated with Chiron in the 7th house of Gemini. That's critical for the U.S. Marshals here. But the U.S. Marshals, other than, communications, if the U.S. Marshals is on this case and they have looked at devices and they have looked and looked and looked and looked, and it takes them on this line, I get it. And they would definitely be in pain because Chiron in the 7th house of Gemini is where this line is going. It's about the communications and the devices. The U.S. Marshals is very good. So is the Secret Service. So is Homeland Security. And we will see there is Homeland Security. But Homeland Security is going to be more about going out of state, going out of the country. And then we have, let's get off Homeland. Let me go closer so I can see that line. The U.S. Marshals receives leads here. We can see that there's a home. There's a home right here. Is what it is. It's a big pond that they have. It's too big to call it a pond, so they call it a lake. We got a lot of terrain here. But this is the gist of what we are seeing with the law enforcement. Here's SF Investigates. He's a little further down with this conjunction. Let's go ahead and turn on these other addresses. But he is definitely coming down over this offender. Not really the offender, but more so, this is Worshams, okay? Here's Long Hollow Baptist Church. This is Worshams. These are what really this conjunction would be showing. It would be showing the car house, and then it comes over Worshams, and then it comes over Anderson Road. But this is where Steve Fisher, where he has a lot of emotions about health, land, family. And again, this is going all the way to Virginia as well. Different family members. We got Terry Bowersocks. Let's go closer in. We got Terry Bowersocks. There is a justice here with two people with communications and series. Again, is a lot of energy, but it's also about religion, pastoral, pastors, preachers, religion, communications, going right over that lake. We've got the God Mom. This is her second house outer and eighth house outer wheel. We have Faith, the stepsister of Sebastian. This is things of the past, because her moon is in Virgo. So if you play the tape back to the Virgo moon, the disordered aggression, the relationship, this whole experience with Sebastian is centered around his stepsisters, the stepsister court, the courts with Nina. This is what this event is centered around. And I can't stress it enough. It's not my belief. It's not my opinion. That is what the astrology is showing time and time again when Sebastian is in transit. Whether he left on his own or he was abducted or he was taken somewhere, whether he had an accident, whatever. Whatever the theory would be. The map is showing expressions. Here's Francis. This is where a flame of life is reignited over and over and over again about home and family. And this is on Anderson Road. This is where Seth's sister, let me see if that is the SO. Yes. So that's the SO. This is the physician. This is where she learns about a vehicle, about a home, and this is going more toward North Carolina. And then I've got searchers. Here's the searchers. So we have Silver's on the scene. This is where he learns something, and it's in good standing with the way that he shines. And we see that there are offenders here. This is where there's a letting go of all things earthy. And it's surrounding the Anderson Road area. There I am. Look at me. I'm meeting the FBI here. The FBI is where I meet them here. But I can keep on going. And I can even come back. There's Beach Market. There's the school. Here is the new construction. Let's just go on down. And there is the car residence. Here is where the justice is. It begins, the divine justice is going to begin here. And then it goes here, over these homes and the new construction. Then it goes to the football field, back parking lot, the market. Kimberly, you're saying that's you? What is you? On this line? What do you mean, Kimberly? All right. So let's take off the addresses. Let's take off the offenders. They're off. Okay, so we're going to go over Crutcher Lake right here. All right, so we've got an understanding. We go over the car residence. We go over the school. I mean, the new house construction. Then we go to the school. Then we go to Crutcher Lake. We go to Big Station Camp. Okay, so I've got the addresses for Big Station Camp are here. And we got another address here. And we're going to keep on going. Look at how many addresses that I have. And I have a lot of these too from psychics and mediums, because, or dreams, or what have you. And I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying I got a lot of them. And I appreciate anytime anyone wants to send me anything. I'm always open. Okay, I'm always open. I just want us to ride this line for a minute, because it's the same line that is going over Crutcher Lake. Okay, we're going to go into East Tennessee. I've got my address is still on. Oh, kitty catty, no, honey, you did not offend me at all. No, yeah, that's why I'm trying to make sure that I clarify, because I want to make sure that you know that I want to know. If you have an area of interest, I have people emailing me. I have people messaging me, areas of interest. So we have a address here. And I want you to see where this is at. Oh, shoot. There's my son. Hold on. Hey, babe. I'm on live.
Oh, okay. My bad.
You're fine.
Okay, let me go.
Where are you at? Where are you going?
I just left the D&B.
Good for you.
Got the title.
Hallelujah.
Yeah. It is packed today, but luckily this one is awesome.
You coming out here?
So I have to do my manager meeting and then I'll come out there.
Okay, just holler at me.
All right, love you, bud.
Love you, bye. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. Sorry. No, I'm not on mute. I just had to, am I on mute? Can you all hear me? Kitty catty, sorry. Okay, so we've got Virginia. So now we're going into Virginia. So we went from East Tennessee. Now we're going into Virginia. There's Pulaski. I've got a lot of associates on here, y'all. Got businesses. And then we've got other addresses here. Going to Newport. And then if you wanted to, just keep on going with this line. Where I meet the FBI, it's going over Crutcher Lake. Let's let it catch up with me. We're going right here. We're going into Spain, Italy, Romania. And going this way, we would be going toward Japan and China. All right. So that's that. That's that. What is this? I don't remember what that is. Why do I have that open? Okay. I don't know. I don't remember what that was. All right. So I want to show you this. I want to go deep down into the neighbors. Because this is just me right now. Let me get closer in. It's taking its time. Hold on. Okay. This is where I'm sharing pain with groups and friends with a lot of warring. And this goes over Bobby's house. Everybody is warring going over Bobby's house. But it's not just Bobby's house, okay? Here's where all the warring is. If we really want to get technical, okay? We're going over all of these homes. We're going into the backyards, people with pools. We're going over her home. This is where everybody is warring, okay? Lots of warring. And all the terrain behind her home. And then it goes over this man's house, this 205 Ward Lane. The law enforcement has looked on his property a lot. He said, because I've been boots on the ground a bunch. Okay. I've talked to a bunch of people. Just because I'm not blabbing it on YouTube don't mean anything. I tend to keep a lot to myself. This man was not nice and would not allow us to search his property because the law enforcement had already searched his property. And he said several times that he did not want anybody else his property. And of course, we didn't search his property. He's got a lot of terrain back there. So this is where I share pain. Going over Bobby's house, then going here. But this is where I shine. Me and Sebastian are meeting here. Drones are not going to cut it. If we were to look for Sebastian in this back terrain, whether it be from his approval or their approval, this is where Sebastian and I are meeting up. But this terrain, you can't use just a drone. You're going to have to walk it. You would definitely have to walk it. My son, the way I shine is faded with groups here with justice. And this is where I'm magnetized at home, and it's opposing my Venus. My friend group. But if we come on back down, we got houses here. Okay. We got houses. We got neighbors that have Ring cameras. Here's honeysuckle. That 344 that was showing up that matches Israel and Mexico and Trump. That was very much a part of that day. I mean, Google it. Trump, Israel, Mexico. That was on the day that Sebastian went missing. That 344 is going this way. And we know what is heard of about honeysuckle. So we're going this way. But this is just me. Let me take me off. See how easy it is to work a map? Y'all see how easy this is? Like I even have notes. All you got to do is click on them. Boom. Oh, you want to know what was going on with him? With them? What was going on? What they were seeing? What were they seeing? What was his Ring camera catching? All you got to do is look over his house and you can see it. Communications video. What did Sebastian find out? Lots of emotion. Shakes people up. He was shaken up, wasn't he? Did y'all hear about him being shaken up? Yes, you did. If he meets somebody online, or if someone online gives lead, this angle is pertinent. It's about groups, attention, video, search, rescue. The degree matches Homeland Security, and Michael Silver's on the scene. This is a lot of work that I put into this, guys. And so when you come to me and you want me to add some on this map, I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful. Here is the third house of communications. The third house of communications for Sebastian. It's a 0024 in Leo and in Aquarius. This is about school. This is about kids. It's about attention, playfulness. And this is where we can see that there's communications here. And we got this house and that house and that house. Okay. So let's just maintain ourselves right here on Kellen. Because this is where this is where I'm meeting the FBI. So from here down, so that's the natal. Okay, so that's just Sebastian. When he was born, for all of time, that's where it's going. Now the missing event. This is just from his home at 1:36 a.m. because that's when I have him missing. From his home. If he left from his home, so I'm going to start up here. I'm going to come down. This is where information is talked about during the missing event. Information is found here. Vacant home, by water, justice, missionary, church, acceptance, mom, real estate. Because the missing sun in Pisces, that 7-11, the values of home and mom and work with the state of Tennessee, this is where the sun is in good standing with the divine justice. The justice comes from this home first. The justice will come from this home first. And then we can expand on out, okay? But it comes, this is where the justice is. right over this shed or the ring camera. Because here is the missing Pluto in Aquarius that is going over the property. The Pluto in Aquarius is going over this one. It's going over this dude's house at 1011. Okay? That's about his ring camera. This is about his ring camera. This is about his ring camera. Groups. So the missing Pluto that's in the second house of values, you know, about trash and him taking out the dunks here with the relationship. So there's a divine justice with mom and home. With mom and home. Can I make it any clearer? So going right over his home. That's where Sebastian meets the TBI. The TBI, the Hades, and Kronos that's in Cancer, the weight and the devouring energy of emotions comes from this house about what they see, what they hear. And it does. It does. Then we have, there's the missing Vulcanist, that 344 that goes to me, Trump, Israel, and Mexico. That 344. This is where I'm meeting the missing event. This is where I'm meeting the missing event. It's right here. Very intense. Lots of intensity here. Lots of intensity. So I'm showing and the natal. Now let's just look at this. Okay? Let's just look at Chris. Let's just look at Chris. Let's take Katie and Seth off. Let's just look at Chris. And I'm going to have to take a break for just a second. That coffee's kicking in. I got to pee. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. All right, y'all with me? Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I'm drinking water now. I'm sure I'll have to go again. Okay, so let's start up here. This is where the flame of life is. This is where his north node, the flame of life. This is what is going over. This is the same line that is going over that Crutcher Lake that Psychic Sleuth thinks that Sebastian could be found at. This is the same conjunction with Chris. We're just looking at it from the back of the home, going over the car residence. So there is a reigniting of a flame constantly here. This is where Chris is meeting his fate. This is where he has a lot of mental agility and all this communications. And a lot of times the North Node in Gemini is juvenile communications and definitely needs a little bit more learning, a little bit more maturity. So Chris is shaken up. Chris is shaken up with an older man, with business, and it's bringing a lot of emotions. Chris has a lot of emotions when it comes to this property, this man. And this is where he learned something that's in good standing with the law. With the law. With religion, with school, with kids, with a lot of attention. Lots of attention here. So let's take Chris off. Let's look at Seth. He shines here. Is going to Kathy Bowersock's home as well. This is where a flame of life is for Seth. Things of the past at a home. Going over this shed. But then going over his home, this is the flame of life. And this is where he descends in Capricorn and rises in Cancer. So he is rising here. He rises here with the home. He rises here with emotions about family and loyalty. Lots of reflection here. This is where Seth meets the TBI with relationships and partnerships, and this is where he communicates with the TBI here. So the Astria that's in Capricorn, that divine justice, well, that is going over the property of the man who thinks that he saw on his ring camera Sebastian taking the trash to the street. So this is where Seth is receiving a lead from the TBI. This is where he connects to the TBI with the justice of the trash, of the business of the trash guy, and this ring camera. And there's communications here with the TBI. Asteroid and Capricorn is here. Opposes Mercury in Cancer. The communications here with this neighbor and the communications here with this neighbor are conflicting. And aren't they? Aren't they? Yes. They're definitely conflicting. Conflicting. This person and this person have conflicting stories. Point blank, period. So this Mercury line for Seth is going to the Carolinas. And we do know that he went to the Carolinas, right? He publicly let people know that he went to North Carolina. But this is actually going to South Carolina, like Myrtle Beach. Could be a home related, something to do with home. And this is definitely where he's connecting to the TBI. It's telling a story, past, present, and future. It's telling the future story too, but can we understand it is the question. Whether you believe that Sebastian is alive or deceased, let me know where you think he could be, and I will put it on here and we will talk about it. This is Seth's second outer will. This is the values of his child. The values of his child. The values of his child and school. Right here. Other kids. Publicity. And we do know that Kellyanne there's been a lot of publicity here. This is actually where, if I'm not mistaken, Terry Bowersox got out of his car and was following JLR. If I remember correctly, it was right through here. He stops and gets out of his car and, is acting all weird to JLR. Like he owns these roads in the subdivision. It was quite weird. Okay, so let's take Seth off and let's look at Katie. I don't know Katie or Chris. I don't know their birth time. So I'm limited, but I do know certain planetary spheres of influence are going over the same areas because they're not going to move on that degree. The moon would, but not Jupiter, not Chiron, you know. Here's Ceres. Again, Ceres is about communications in Gemini. It's also about a devouring energy because Kronos is here. It's about communications, the ring cameras. This is also, there's a lot of energy here. Could definitely be about communications with religious figures. Ceres is religion, religious, pastoral. Oh, but man, here is where there's an expansion with the law. And this is where she shares pain about what took place at her home, what took place with her mother. Her childhood wound is going right back here. And it's expressing itself in this direction over the car property. Okay? Do you understand what I'm saying? Are y'all following this? Do y'all understand that this is behavior that's not going to change? It's not going to change. This is fixed right here. There is an expansion of communications about home, about emotions, possibly to do with religion, foreign affairs, because Jupiter is also a foreign affair. The 9th house is about foreigners. It's about long travels. It's about the judge, the justice. And there's a pain here with her, with courts, her mama, and long travels. And we come further down, and this is going to be going over that property that's got the ring camera that a lot of people talk about. So we're not going to get to that one just yet. I want to focus on this property first. So now I'm going to take off the parents, and let's just look at Kathy. Let's just look at Kathy. She's going over the same. There's the North Node. Her and her son go together. They communicate going this way. There's a lot of emotions here for her with health. With health. The emotions that took place at that home is captured by him. Mars and Venus, this is about a vehicle. It's about money, things of ownership, things that we own. And it matches the FBI. I can't overlook this, okay? This is pertinent. This is also going over some SOs. And this is also going over that physician. That physician that I was showing you earlier. That knows Katie and Chris and them. That physician. So we have, a lot of times when I see Venus and Mars conjunct, especially if I'm looking for someone that went missing, especially, you know, somebody that's at driving age. If I see this conjunction, I'm concerned that there could have been a car accident. Venus and Mars conjunct, it can definitely bring on accidents. There's a cleanup. But this is, again, going to be going over other places, but I want to make sure that we understand this angle with the backyard. So we're going to take off Kathy. Let's look at the new DA. The new DA, Thomas Dean, the new DA. Well, look at that. He's got a conjunction that's going right over that property, and he should. I mean, we're going to have energies that's going to go over the properties. This is where he learns something. He's learning something. Selena is a teacher. She learns. Astrea in Cancer, that's the missing event as well. Astrea was in Cancer. Astrea is about the justice system. Isn't he a justice? Yeah, he's the justice system. So anything that the DA is going to collect from this guy is going to matter. Period. Period. It could be about one of his vehicles. I don't know what this guy knows. The DA would know. The law enforcement would know. I don't know. I'm just saying that when it comes to the divine justice, do you know that Astrea is outside of our Supreme Courts? Let me give you a little lesson here. Outside the Supreme Court, the contemplation of justice statue sits. And the contemplation of justice she is holding, Astrea. These are behaviors that I'm talking about in astrology, but they are all over. With statues all over our justice system, our justice buildings, anything that's of importance. The Greek and Roman gods are there. They're right there. Astrea is about health. She is Virgo. She is the constellation of Virgo. She is a badass. And she is going right here over his house. Anything that he caught on video, anything that he could have learned or taught the law enforcement is pertinent for the DA, for the district attorney to bring it to trial. And it takes time to build a case. So this is past, present, and future. And this is what I see. I see that he is going to play a big role in the case of Sebastian Rogers. Whether he is deceased or alive, this guy is going to play a big role with the justice. This property right here, this is where he meets his North Node. The fate for the DA is going right over 1013 Kellyn. This is the fate. This also, this conjunction goes to Puerto Rico. Okay? The transformation of the publicity about children, about Sebastian, about his case, the fate is going over the 1013 Kellyn, and it keeps on going all the way to Puerto Rico. Miss Bowersox, and you know, she scratched that off her bucket list. Going to Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, you know, that's where this is going. That's where the fate is, but it first comes to 1013 Kellyn, which is interesting. Interesting. We know that this is the property where everybody talks about the video and a vehicle. This is where the DA has his Pluto in Virgo. And it's in good standing with a reflection of where DA Whitley left off. It's about death, rebirth, regeneration, a transformation of health. And then this is where he has his dark moon, a lot of disordered aggression. The dark moon in Virgo, well, that's what was going on when Sebastian went missing. There was a darkness surrounding by things of the past with health. We can see that it is going over this property. Let's bring on Mr. Bowersox. Let's take off the new DA. Let's go back up here. Let's just go right back up here. Let's look at Mr. Bowersox. Because I want to show you something. There's the neighbor we've been talking about. Here's Mr. Bowersox. So here is his Astrea in Gemini. Conjunct Ceres in Cancer. So again, we're talking about a lot of energy that's taking place at home. Lots of emotions. This is pastoral. It's preacher-like. There's a justice with communications. There's a justice here with the ring camera. But isn't this also where Mr. Bowersox pulls over and starts his shit with JLR? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We have a 1013 here, Kellyanne. This is where there is a Uranus and Leo. There's a group. There's a shakeup with this ring camera with groups and a child or children. With Terry. This is where Terry is showing up and showing out with a kid. He's just showing up and showing out. And it could have to do with any type of video, like him getting out of the car and talking shit. We come down to Kellyanne. Well, this is the car. Here's the vehicle. Terry's Pluto that's conjunct Mars in Leo. This is where there's a transformation. With a kid, a vehicle, and it's very public. This is where he tries to dominate and control those who are younger. Suggests vehicle, body, travel, publicity. Again, we could be thinking about his shit with JLR. But then we look at the ring camera coming from 1001 Stafford. We look at the ring camera here. There's Terry. And this is all about the media. The social media, the things that Terry owns, the communications, the money, and it's all about health. It's all about health. So the dark moon is coming here. This is where the missing dark moon is coming. So we have a disordered aggression. We got a disordered aggression right here. Major disordered aggression that is coming through the left side of the home here. Lots of disordered aggression. About long travels. I see a boat. I see a truck. So let's take Terry off. And now I want to show you the parents down through here. This is where Seth is meeting his north node, because we talk about this property a lot. Nobody really talks about this one. Nobody really talks about this one, but look at that. There's a lot happening in their backyards right here. This is where Seth is meeting his north node. This is the fate. It goes over one of the ex-wives of Chris, one of them. Goes over right over her home. There's a relationship here. It's about publicity and children. Schools. This is where Seth has communications about his kid that goes public. This is where Katie's already been. She's been here before. She gets it. She knows what's up with the ring cameras and the videos. She's been here before. This is her south node. But look at that. Chris's Venus and his Leo Venus and his Mars and Virgo are conjunct. They're in conversation, just like his mom has Venus and Mars conjunct. This is showing that there is a lot of money, a lot of value with publicity and children and the health factor when it comes to abuse or a vehicle. Again, when I see Venus and Mars conjunct, especially if they're in the same sign, this isn't in the same sign like his mom's, but there could be an accident here. Could have to do with the vehicle. We see vehicles here, but there could have been a vehicle here in the middle of the night. And there's cover up. there's an expansion with Seth here. There's an expansion of travel. There's an expansion with the law. And this is where Katie shines. She shows up and shines here. Shows up and shows out. She's showing out here. God's will is being done. She puts on a show here. I hope that you are understanding where I'm going with this. That just because the justice starts with these neighbors, it extends outward. There are two vehicles. There's two vehicles here. Right through here. There's two. Chris's and Terry's. There's only two vehicles that I'm seeing here. Let's turn on Michael Proudfoot. Let's make sure. This is where there's a group effort here with Michael Proudfoot. Let's go ahead and take off. Let's bring him up for a minute. Let's turn off the family. So his Uranus and Leo, this is where there's a shakeup with communications, with video, and a child. His son, he shines in Pisces, but about endings and acceptance and prisons and hospitals and things like that. But there's a challenge here with the way he shines. And it has to do with kids and a shakeup. This abruptness that takes place with his groups. This is where Pluto and Virgo, there's a lot of magnetism with Michael Proudfoot here. But again, his Pluto, Terry Bowersock's Pluto here, there's an intense transformation with health, period. But there's only two cars. If we were to look for the car, let me see if I've even got it here. I'll have to add it in. I'll have to add in where his car is, because that would be, I think that's pertinent to this story to see where the vehicle of Michael Proudfoot, because he is a truck driver. When Sebastian first went missing, this is what I was concerned about. I was concerned about all of the different big ass manholes that were right through here coming down. And I was concerned about all the big construction dumpsters. That's what I was concerned about, first and foremost. I was also concerned about the gaming and sex offenders. And I was concerned about the wooded areas that are surrounding the property. The first 3 miles. No, they will not. Yeah, they won't. They sure won't. They will not. Well, some, you know, I won't say that they won't, but because we work with law enforcement that will take what a medium or a psychic or an astrologer says to heart. So there are people out there, there are agencies out there that do work with us. So when we go down into the new construction area, we already know about the pond. Let me go ahead and turn on. Let me see if I still have the pond here with the addresses. Damn, where'd I put the addresses? Oh, they're up here. open manhole, pond. Okay. So let's just look at these open manholes. People did go in these manholes. They put drones in the manholes. Okay. Just for the sake of clarity. They were allegedly searched. You can fit 3 or 4 people into these manholes. All right, so the missing event, that Uranus, okay? If you remember, in the very beginning, I'm talking about the missing event. And I said that 5th house of creativity, Uranus, at a 1928 is the same exact degree as the state of Tennessee's Sedna in Pisces. Same exact degree. There's a shakeup in the state of Tennessee, and it's earthy. Manhole, earthy. It wasn't murky water just yet because these houses had just began. I mean, right after there was a flooding event that would have pushed all of that out. All of that out. So we've got a manhole here. We got a manhole here. But this is the one that I would be very concerned about, because this is where the Uranus was shaking things up and there was a letting go. There's a teaching here. There it is. We're learning about something. Now, this is Scorpio. There's an opposition to Scorpio here with this Taurus. So this is all Taurus, but the opposition is Scorpio. That means that the Taurus and the Scorpio axis is about earth, earthy, and murky water or trash. There's no pond here. There's only open manholes. Okay, so this is happening in the 5th house of kids with Uranus shaking things up. There's a letting go. We've got a lot of wisdom that is being opposed. There is no wisdom here, only a teaching. There's only a teaching, no wisdom. Because Poseidon is wisdom, and it's in Scorpio. This is the same degree that Chris he was in. This is the 1616 Mississippi. This is the wisdom holder. This is the missing Apollo. This is the TBI that I was telling you about. That 618 that was in the 11th house of groups, Scorpio at 1:36 a.m. This is it. This is the wisdom. The wisdom and the desires are right here. Now, let's just focus on these 2 manholes. I'm trying to really break it down for you guys as I see it, because we can talk about theories all day long. I have been to these manholes and they were big. My whole family could fit into one of them. Just saying, it was big. They were big. Let's take the missing off. Now let's just look at the natal. Let's just look at the natal, because this is the expressions that are coming from the missing event and Sebastian. This is all Taurus. This is Taurus. The Taurus and the Scorpio axis is what we are really focused on right here. It's earthy. There's things that are hidden here with the investigation. This is the outer wheel for Sebastian in his 6th house of health, his everyday. This is where Sebastian learns of what is hidden that may harm his health. I don't do these maps for my health. And the people that want to talk shit about my lines can get it like they give it. They tell a story. This is where there is a letting go. There's a breakup. There's a breakup with the health. This is where we're letting go. Becoming one with the earth. We're just becoming one. Right here. So let's take off so we've discussed the missing. We've looked at the natal. This is the 6th house of health that is receiving a shakeup. It's receiving a shakeup. Boom, bam. It's shaking things up. Uranus is about groups. Group of kids. It's about groups. It's about this child, this publicity. It's about a letting go. If there was an accident, we first wouldn't have to clear this, right? Right. So we take off the missing, take off the natal. Let's start again with the parents. Let's look at Chris. Again, I don't know his natal time. Could go over here, could be right there. This is where there's a breakup for Chris. There's a let go. And it's earthy. There's a breakup here. Whether it be here or over here, there's a breakup. It keeps on going. These lines go to other states, other countries. But then we've got a lot of energy. That series in Aquarius goes right over. His series in Aquarius goes right over the landfill. And there's a challenge going that direction into Kentucky. There's a challenge here. Major challenge. The breakup is right here. The break with Chris. Here's Katie. There's a conjunction here with Katie. This is where Katie also has a breakup and she just lets go. She lets go. Lots of breakups and letting go here. Lots of shakeups. And it matches me. This conjunction that she has matches me and Sebastian's godmother. If Sebastian is deceased, this is where I believe that we would have to clear first in order to move on to anywhere else. I don't care how many times it's been searched. This area, these manholes, there is a traveling here. If Sebastian were to have ended up in these manholes, the body, the bones, they're going to travel. They're not going to stay here. Okay? Pebbles, I'm focusing on right here. Focus with me right here. Right here. This is where we're focused. This is telling a story, and I want to make sure that everybody understands this is a map that has been created to help find Sebastian. But we can't dismiss what the story is telling us in this new construction that they did not close. They botched the investigation in the very beginning. They screwed it all up. If something happened, whether it be by accident or something happened at the home, this new construction area, nobody was at. Complete darkness. Lots of manholes. And if there would have been a head wound at the home, this is going to be telling the story here. There's a head wound. Well, of course there is. He fell into a manhole. Hello. But this is important because the 1425 that she has with Admetos is connecting to the godmother and myself with my work. I mean, I can't make it up. Here's Seth. This is where Seth has a fate with the law enforcement about health, and he's forced to let go. This is all about health and pain. Health and pain. Health factor. What is the health factor? What's the pain? It's right here. And the pain that we would see here is surreal. That's why I put that. It's surreal. So we've got covered the missing, we've covered the natal, we've covered the parents. Let's look at Kathy. This is where all of her problems come from. Her desires for justice, for balance, could come through the Secret Service here. I'm not talking about that though right now, Shauna. I want to make sure that we understand this right here. This is where Seth has pain. When you see a parent that has a missing child and you see it over and over and over again when these kids are found, that their parents' pain, their Chiron shows up, you want to focus on the pain. Where does that parent share pain? Time after time after time of doing these maps, I will see the parents' pain, their Chiron will show up where their kid is found. It will show up. I've shown it time and time again. It will show up, y'all. The fact that Seth's pain is right here is concerning. It concerns me. And it goes to Ward Lane. And that was the first place that I wanted to go to because I couldn't search here. I couldn't get in the manholes. And I had been told that the manholes had already been searched. So if somebody's throwing you off and saying, oh, no big deal, these have already been searched, he's not here, move on. That's what you do. But I still come back to this place. Because it was jaw-dropping when I saw how big these manholes are, or they were. Yeah, so who could search that? But see, here's the thing. I'm going to show you here in just a minute. Once I go over this, I want to show you in just a minute that it's going to travel. Just like if you think about when, what's-his-face went missing? Caleb Harris, and they found him. He had fell in one place, and then they found him in another. This water is going to, it would eventually have water because it did flood. it would move, it would be lodged, it would get moved, and it would lodge, and then it's going to get moved, and then it's going to lodge. He wouldn't be here. We would have to look somewhere else. Possibly. Possibly. So this is where Kathy is. This is where all of her problems come from. Hades is problems. And right here, this is where she learns something and she lets go. She learns something and she lets go. And there's a traveling here. There's a definitely a long travel here. I got the new DA. The new DA is coming over the pond. Well, no, actually, the new DA is not coming over the pond. It's going over. It's going over this right here, the cemetery. And of course, I'm just now drawing him in. I haven't drawn any of his Taurus, but I will. This is where he gets a wake-up call about the flame of life. And it goes over Kellen. It comes over the new construction here. New construction. And then it comes to the cemetery. Into Ward Lane and all of this terrain right here that we walk through. I've walked through this area here. All right. Here's the law enforcement. Here's the FBI. This is where leads come in with the state of Tennessee and the House of Travel. Homeland Security about health, justice, and a letting go. So the Homeland Security would just let go right here. There's no need for them. So they let go. They let go of the kid. They let go of the case. Tennessee outer wheel, a 14 in Taurus. This is their 6th house of health. So the state of Tennessee, 6th house of health is here. Sebastian's 6th house of health is here. Secret Service, Pluto, conjunct Mars. There's a lot of emotions here with death, rebirth, regeneration. This is where the TBI shares pain with Seth. The TBI shares pain with Seth here. So I like the conjunction with the TBI's Chiron and Seth's Chiron in order to find his child. Because they meet up and they share pain with each other. Chiron is pain. Y'all following me here? Here's Eric Craddock. Eric Craddock, his Pluto that's in Scorpio, the containment of death, rebirth, regeneration, other people's money, the things that are hidden with the investigation. There is a letting go with Eric Craddock here. There's a letting go. He lets go. That's the law enforcement. SF investigates. He lets go of the burden here with Chris Proudfoot. Him and Chris are on the same. There's a letting go. There's this breakup, and this is it. Going from the new construction back in those woods, going toward Ward Lane. And then he also has a South Node. He's been here before. This is where all of his problems come from. He's been here. Oh, I thought I turned him off. Dwayne Chapman. Dog. Oh, doggy dog. Dog has an expansion here with health. This is where values on the health expands here with the law enforcement and land. It's earthy with health. Where's the searchers? That's Jupiter. Okay, so here is Stephen Crabtree. The burden with woods, money, values, and everything that's hidden is right here. There's a breakup with his public image. It's about his values and his desires. There's a breakup. A breakup there. And then let's look at, I don't think I've got me in here. I don't have my Taurus here, but I can tell you that there is a Taurus. I would say that it would be a right here. And let's go back to turn me off. Let's go back to the family. Let's turn on Francis, the godmama, Sarah, Robin, Melissa. Let's turn them all on. Let's see who else is. Let's turn on Mr. Mathis. Let's see, who else can we turn on? Let's just stick with right here. I don't know why that hot spot is here. Oh, it's a manhole. Okay. All right, so let's look at this. All right, so we got a lot of people here. This is where the new construction would start, and you can go that way. Here's the godmom. This is where she has value, but also where she shares pain. There's value and pain here. Her Venus, what she truly values with earthy things, and it's also where she's sharing pain with groups. We have Frances. All of her problems with the justice is right here. All of her problems with justice is right here. And her values. This is where Tony Mathis, his fifth house of kids. Fifth house of kids. Fifth house of kids is where we would find a lot of energy for Tony in the fifth house of kids, but this is the 11th house. So it's the fifth and the 11th. It's about his friend groups and the values of the child and the publicity. And it's things that he learns. And what he learns is in Scorpio. So there is this axis is as Scorpio is about a containment. We are contained here. There's a containment. And it opposes, there's all kinds of problems here with groups and friends and how he brings in money and all that stuff with his work. And it's going over that manhole. Terry Bauer sucks. This is where he gets shaken up. This is where all of his problems are. This is where Tony lets go. As there is a breakup with the earth, with the values here. And this is where Francis lets go. And then we can even go up a little bit. Because this is where Faith has her Venus in Aries. This is where all the warring takes place with relationships. With lots of energy. With groups. It's a shakeup. And we're going over this man's driveway. All of the woods that are connecting his home and his driveway. And we can just keep on going over Ward Lane. But my main focus is to show you guys how this map is telling a story. And I haven't worked my ass off on it for it to just sit here. There's also a property here. This manhole, that manhole, there's a property here. Off of Ward Lane. Now. So those are the two manholes that I'm concerned about. And let's just turn the addresses off. And let me talk about one more here. If he was deceased, that is. Because, everybody's got their own opinion, own belief. They just know that this happened. They know that that happened. Okay. If this were to be a truth here, this is going to follow the waterway. This waste, these manholes, they're going to fill up with water, and they are going to follow a trail. And that trail is 5 to 6 miles long. Okay. And it's going to follow. Let me go ahead and turn this on so you can see what I'm talking about. It's going to follow where the rainwater is going to go. That rainwater is going to go down this way. And I have analyzed because that's what I do. We all play a role. But my role is constantly discredited. And I don't like that. So I'm going down this way. I'm going down this way. And at any point in time, this containment would be set free here. If he were to even make it down that far. Eventually. It's been almost 2 years. And if this theory would be right, then he would follow. There would be tissue, there would be bones, and they would be followed. They would be following the water trail. The rainwater. It can't just seep into. It's got to go somewhere. And so if we turn on the missing, okay, we turn on the missing event. I know the missing event chart like the back of my hand. If he were to have made it home. Exactly, me and you. Yes. Yes, exactly. You're cooking with gas, girl. You're cooking with gas. I'm telling you, man. So we've got another construction here. We've got a waterway here. This is Old Creek Road. We've got this waterway. There's a lot of attention here. Lots of attention with at home. With a kid. And I have constantly said that if I wanted to follow the water system, get into the water system myself and look for Sebastian, I would be looking through here. I would be looking here because there's a devouring energy. There's a lot of problems here in the 8th house of death. There's a lot of attention. There's a lot of attention, and it's very intense with Capricorn here. And home. See that intensity with Capricorn and the intensity with Cancer. Capricorn is actually grounding the intensity of what took place at home or in the new construction, because new constructions, real estate, home, it's the same thing. Then we go down this water system, okay? Keep on going. Let's just follow the line here, the little trail of water, rainwater. It's going to go the creeks and stuff, right? I don't know. I'm just contemplating and thinking that that's possible, that rainwater would come down into the creek system, underwater creek. I don't know, underground system with the creeks. The Saturn that was in Pisces in the 3rd house of communications at 1:36 a.m. It was opposing the trans Pluto in Virgo. There's a lot of problems with a transformation of health here. And I'm not going to discount what Miss Psychic Sleuth said. There's North Anderson Lane. So maybe she needs to consider this area as well. There's North Anderson Lane. Saturn in Pisces. And the opposition with the moon in Virgo is showing that there is a possibility of water, of endings, of death, prisons, hospitals. There's limits and obstacles here with a transformation of health right through here. This water. We can keep on going. I mean, we could look in those creeks, right? We could look in the creeks. We could turn on all the addresses and try to, I'm just showing you one theory of many that I have. Because I'm open to the truth. And I truly am. And you can tell by my actions, You can talk the talk, but we're going to walk the walk over here. We're going to walk it on this channel. That dark moon that I was telling you about with a relationship, and it's reflecting on health, and it's opposing. There's an opposition here with Saturn, with all the communications, with the thinking, with the breath. All of that is going down here. There's a disordered aggression with the Mars and Vulcan in Sebastian's natal chart. Those degrees are the same degrees as the missing dark moon and the Juno. And it's with long travels. We're going far. And if we're going to go far, we may want to check right here. That was in the 9th house of long travels. And it was in Virgo. But that 9th house was being ruled by Leo. Lots of publicity about health and children are found here. And so now we're getting into the water system, bigger areas of water. So I don't know where the rainwater goes exactly. But if anybody watching this is in the know, well, then you can, decipher what you think. This is the missing Virgo moon. The moon is in an opposition with Neptune. Neptune in Pisces and the Virgo moon. I've seen flooding in my backyard with this type of opposition. And it goes down into the bigger waterway. There's Lock 3. I definitely went there. I've searched around there. But this is going down into the Cumberland. Cumberland River, Drake's Creek. Cumberland River, Drake's Creek. So Drake's Creek is going to follow down into here. And every time I go to Drake's Creek Park, I get the heebie-jeebies because I'm so concerned that we truly haven't searched all the areas that really need to be searched. Very concerned about this theory. The missing Vesta in the 7th house of relationships in Gemini is about a reigniting of a flame of the breath, of the communications, the ring cameras, 2 people, and the moon. The moon that is reflecting in a challenge here. There is a challenging aspect, major, with the flame of life and the breath, the lungs. This is the missing event, guys. Everything that I was talking about with the missing event is right here. And let me just remind you. Let me remind you that we also have a natal chart that is going to be telling a story based on the transits of the time that he went missing, if he went missing from his home. This is all based on if he went missing from his home. And the other map from the Texas Roadhouse is going to tell a different story because the mark of where we would begin the time frame is at another location. So if we take this, what we were thinking with this one theory, And we begin, and we begin at the water system. And we were to begin here. There is a devouring energy with the 8th house of death. With the breath, the Cancerian energy would be the new home construction or a home, family. And again, there's Worshams up here, so we don't want to forget that people allegedly saw Kathy and Sebastian at Worshams. There was actually 3 or 4 people that didn't know each other, said the same thing. So if we are discounting what they think that they saw, and we want to consider Sebastian, this theory of him being deceased and going into the manhole or having an accident or whatever, we're going to follow the waterway. There is a justice here. There is a justice here with his life path, and it's very intense with a home, with the new construction, with Cancer. And it's in the 8th house of death or other people's money. Here we are with the natal Vulcanus in Cancer. The natal Vulcanus in Cancer that I was just talking about the other day when I went live. It's about death, rebirth, regeneration. There is a lot of emotional explosion here that gets shaken up. There is a shakeup with health and Pisces here that was in transit before 1:36 a.m. There was a shakeup. There was a shakeup here about 8 o'clock at night with groups or with medicine. Or with medicine, whether he took it or not, there was a shakeup. Got him. It got him. It shook him up. With visions and all kinds of things that we could think about with Uranus. Uranus shakes things up. But in Pisces, this good standing with Pisces is about water. It's about drugs. It's about medication. And there is an emotional explosion because Vulcanus in Cancer is emotion explosion. Vulcanus looks like a volcano. Here is the 3rd house of communications and the 9th house outer wheel angle. This is where all the attention is with where Sebastian could have traveled to. But I want to remind you I also want to remind y'all that when I see this, I have to think there was a car. That was a car that was here with no license plate. It went missing. There's a car here. But this could also be about the travel. There's a traveling here. All right, so now we've got the 9th house. The 9th house of long travels. I'm muted again. No, I'm not muted, babe. I'm not muted. Can y'all not hear me? I'm not muted. I'm sorry, but I don't know, babe. Deanna, April can hear. So now we have the 9th house, the outer wheel. So this is the outer wheel of Sebastian, the 9th house. This is where he makes his mark. Not the outer wheel. I'm sorry. This is where he makes his mark with long travels and the containment of what is hidden. He makes his mark here. Lots of publicities. I mean, it's a lot of publicity, but it challenges the containment of the wisdom. So we could even look through here with this water system or the creeks, what have you, because this is where he is. He's been here before. He's been here before South Node, we've been here before. Somebody has been here before. They found something. I don't know. Let me turn on the addresses and see. Okay. This is where the vehicle was found. So that makes sense. You see, the South Node, where he's been before, it was a Chevy Traverse. It was silver. Do y'all remember? I do, because I wrote it down. I mean, I put it on his map. Everything that has ever been discussed is on this map. It was a Chevy Traverse, silver, and it was bought at Benton Nissan in Columbia. And it was left here with no license plate. And I definitely wonder, has he really been here before? Because this is where his South Node is. And Leo, it's a lot of attention on it. The natal moon in Aries that's going north into White House or Cottontown. That Aries that's going north into Cottontown, into Kentucky and Indiana, on up into Michigan. That Aries moon is actually faded. The moon is faded. The fourth house of home, the head wound, the moon, the mom that wants him to be independent of her, and he wants to be independent of her. It's faded here. There's a car that was found. So we can keep on going down to this water. Let me turn off the addresses because you know I got a bunch of them. Here is where Sebastian is fated with Venus and Capricorn. So Venus and Capricorn in his second house of values is actually fated with the transformation of health that's at a critical degree. The transformation of travel is fated with woods, work, business, values, responsibility, father figure, possessions, things of ownership, like maybe clothes, computer, iPad. Natal Venus, same degree as TB, senior physician in Virgo. So this matches Terry Bowersox with his physician that brings enlightenment. So we see that there's a waterway here. There's a waterway here, but it would be more about this one right here. This Venus in Capricorn that's faded here that's where the Capricorn energy that's faded here would be maybe a substation or something. That's the Greenway. Could be about the Greenway too. Let's look at that right there. This is 46 Saundersville Road. You can see that there's a creek on both sides. And we would be possibly looking in the creeks. I don't know where the water system, the rainwater system would drain into from those manholes. This is Saundersville Road. There's the Greenway. So if I were to look in the Greenway, I would definitely want to be around here, Saundersville Road, Greenway. Let me show you this address here. It's right behind Tuesday mornings. There's a walkway. There's the Greenway right here. There's a bunch of woods. Now let's look at this waterway. Let's see what this says. Here's where he meets his midheaven with a lot of energy. It can be about health, agriculture, religion, but there's a lot of energy about his health that is found here. Again, And we've got the greenway, and we've got this water system, the creeks. But that's where he meets his midheaven. It's right there. Right where there's a lot of transformation with his health and a lot of disordered aggression with a relationship. And let me tell you something. This is past, present, and future. Relationship were to come upon, let's just say, deceased or alive, if they were to come upon Sebastian, that relationship could have a lot of disordered aggression about Sebastian and his health, whether stranger, friend, or foe. And this is where his sun, the way that he shines, that Mars that he has, the dark moon, all of that he has in Sagittarius and the house is squaring here. This is where his Saturn is. This is where he has limits and obstacles with his health, with publicity, with his public image, and it's going right here. And it keeps on going. It doesn't just stop here. It keeps on going south. This is the moon. This is his Saturn. So what had happened was the moon had actually went over his Saturn, giving him limits and obstacles with his image, the way that he was being talked down to, the things that they were saying to him. Sebastian having 6q27 chromosomal deletion and him having autism, he would take a lot of things to heart and believe it. He would totally believe it. House of Groups, online networking is where the Ellie is magnetized to Sebastian, but not in a good way. The natal outer wheel in Libra and the outer wheel in Aries in the 5th house. How Sebastian creates school, education, publicity, vehicle. So we can go on and we can talk about the different theories. This is one. If he were to have ended up in that manhole, we would have to follow the system down and look into that and look in the system to clear it, to very much clear it without ruling out that theory. We're doing Sebastian an injustice. It would appear that the law enforcement, if they believe that theory, that they're just waiting for someone to find him or for him to get lodged up and find him that way. That's one theory. One. But when we look at Sebastian's chart, you see, and we compare it with when he went missing, we have to talk that out. We have to talk that out. The pain that he was sharing at home with the head, with the headache, not sleeping, his hormones. This is the head and the hormones right here. The 4th and the 5th house is the head and the hormones. Not sleeping, the pituitary, the pineal, the hypothalamus. It's right here. And it's critical. It's critical with his health. Okay? It's very critical with his health, with the head and the hormones right here, especially with his thinking and home, publicity, relationships from the past that are bringing him a lot of darkness with his thinking. Okay? If we take that missing event chart, because that's the time that I have when he goes missing, because that is when it's the most intense for Sebastian. That's where I want to capture the intensity. And if I were to look at it from this angle, We are rising with a quick movement of energy during the missing event. And the bones of the earth would be the manhole, because it doesn't have any water. It's dry. Those manholes didn't have water. They were dry. Only after he went missing did they have water in them. They would have been dry. I want to say it was like eight or 9 days later, something like that, that it was really flooding in Hendersonville. Like it literally flooded there. Sebastian rises in Scorpio at a 2656 and he descends at a 2656. Y'all with me so far? Y'all with me? Oh, hey, Tina. Thanks for being here. There's a lot to learn. I'm still learning. I'll learn until the day I die. There is so much to learn. There is so much. And it's so interesting that it does keep you. The interest part is the passion. I'm so passionate about this and about what I do. Okay, so he rises with Scorpio. What is Scorpio? Scorpio is about, it's about things that are hidden. It's sneaky. Sneakiness. Don't be sneaky. It's a little sneaky snake. It's about hidden sex. It's about other people's money. He rises with hidden sex. It's happened to him in California. He rises with other people's money. He rises with things that are investigative with ponds. Didn't they clear a bunch of ponds? Yes. Murky. It's very murky. It's investigative. It's intense. Lots of intensity. It's a leader. Pluto leads. Pluto leads the pack. Pluto's all about the intensity, these desires that we have. All of those glyphs that he has, all of that behavior that he has, though, is in Sag. So it's about a higher learning. It's about a higher learning, religion, philosophy, and we're going far. We're not hanging out. We're going far. We're traveling. We're going from here to there to everywhere. And Sebastian has been to a lot of places. Lots of places. To be 15, 16 now, he's went to a lot of places that a bunch of us in this chat can't even say that we've been to. He's been to so many places. He's traveled around the world, around the United States. He's traveling. This is also about religion, foreign cultures, mental. It's very mental. He wants to mentally explore and learn. It's about fire. There's a lot of fire here. He's got a lot of fire in his chart. We've got this murky water that we're rising with, and then a bunch of fire, like trying to extinguish it. We got the dark moon right here at a 2658. We've got the Mercury here, the thinking. We got a justice here. We got his shining, his desires, the Mars. It's all right there. All right there. In the first house, that's all about his life path. All about his life path. He's going. So if he's contained, he's going far with it. Okay? Because this is a containment and we're going far. Then we have the second house of values. You see it all in Capricorn, but this second house is actually ruled by Sag. So we take the Sag and the Capricorn energy and we have to combine it with these relationships, with Pluto, with Juno, with the anti-vertex, with Jupiter, with Venus. And let me just tell you, this 0024 goes to Secret Service all day, every day. This Juno, there's a relationship here, and this is about an older man or an older businesswoman or a business. It's authority. It could be the government. We got a deep transformation and intensity. That could be with the government workers, with the trash. That relationship that brings him a conscious raise and experience with his values. It could also be the dry manhole, the bones of the earth, woods. This Jupiter, this 2329, that's the same degree that Terry Bowersox has for his physician Apollo that brings enlightenment about health. It's also about the justice and money, justice system and money. And his Venus, whoa, his Venus is right there, conjunct Jupiter, and it's critical. His values, the things that he owns, that little bitty flashlight, it's critical. He can't see with it. Ain't no way. He's seeing with that little bitty old flashlight. There's no way. If he had it, ain't no way. So we've got an expansion of travel. We've got an older person that's giving him money. Or, like I said, it could be the Capricorn energy with the manhole. Woods. But we are going far with somebody that's religious. That's also a possibility. Sorry. Let me drink some water. Now we got the third house. This is where we're going to talk about faith, because his stepsister is here in the third house of communications. This is also about the childhood friends that he had at school. It's about his neighbors. Neighbors, the neighborhood. A group. We got groups. We got the community. We got the breath, the power of the thinking, the power of the mind, the communications, 2 or more. And we are reaching our north node here. But as we reach our north node, we have to go through a lot of pain. And we have a lot to dissolve. This 1701 was in transit with Chiron. His Chiron is a 1701. That 1701 goes to Utah. We talked about this. 1701 was in transit the whole entire day with Chiron and Aries. Right here. Chiron and Aries was here. The North Node was here when he went missing. You see the 17 degree in Aries and the 24 degree in Aries. That energy was right here. And it's about school. It's about education. It's about publicity. Fun. Having fun. He doesn't get to have fun. He didn't get to have fun that day. She says that he had a fun day. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, he did not. It don't take a rocket scientist, but it does take an astrologer to say, nope, nope, wrong answer. No, he did not. This Chiron, 1701, it was about the future. The future of Sebastian is in pain with groups, with his sister, with communications, with neighbors, with video, all of that. And until this 2148 is dissolved, is going to maintain. It's going to maintain that way, period. Then we got a low point at home. When Sebastian allegedly got home and he took out the trash, Mercury was at a 456. He was talking to himself. The thinking about the trash, it was a low point. Mercury was sitting here at a 456. When he took the trash out at 1:36 a.m., it was at a 5-degree, 527. The sun was shining on his lowest point at home with his mother and drugs and medicine, with endings, with prisons, with hospitals, with things of the past, with charity. With his spirituality. Hygeia at 1851. Well, Hygeia had, during the time that he's taken out the trash, Hygeia has shaken him up. The world health, the medicines, the medication, his mother. Don't know what kind of medications she was on, if she was drinking or what she was doing with her groups. But there's a low point. There's a low point with Sebastian. Mercury is sitting here. Mercury is about the third house, his communications with his siblings, neighborhood, neighbors, kids, childhood friends at school. But he was taking out the trash, allegedly, during the time that Mercury was sitting here. His moon being here in the fourth house of home with mom in Aries is about the head. It's about reflection of mom and the abuse or the independence that he wants away from her, or that she wants to have independence of. This is independence. Mars is all about being independent. It's also about a car. Aries medically is going to rule the head. Like I said, head hormones. Head hormones. Here we are. Head hormones. Same thing. Same thing. Same thing. Same thing. This 428 goes to Canada. I've talked about this. Goes to Donald Trump, Gavin Newsom in California. This 428 is going north into Cottontown, Tennessee, into Kentucky, into Indiana, Ohio, on into Canada. Okay? This fifth house of kids, where he has a lot of warring with kids, with school, with playtime. He doesn't really get to have a lot of fun. There's this flame of life, this 2950 that goes to California. It goes to New York. The flame of life is constantly reigniting a head wound with Sebastian and thinking about what took place in California, or if he's been to New York, possibly New York. But again, this is all the time, so it could be New York at a later day. Like 9/11, I don't know. This 350 and this 350 matches the state of Tennessee. It's where they have a lot of warring with groups and online networking, and don't they? They have a lot of warring with people that do astrology or psychic mediums. That's also Aquarius, so that's a no-go for them, for Tennessee. Although I do have a lot of, I wouldn't say a lot, but I do have people in the state of Tennessee in law enforcement that do work with me. That teacher that teacher that teaches, this 1143 that is teaching him, is also found in the 6th house of health. That 1143 that is teaching him about things of the past and this containment and the water, the endings, the acceptance, the medications, or charity. Being a, if he were being Haiti or something like that, being a charitable person, that could be that too. But this every day, this 1143, this 2036 and 2439, this energy right here in the 6th house of health is about communications. Leads are coming in. We're letting go. There's a breakup. That is where the manholes are. That's where I was just talking about on the map. This is it in the 6th house of health, and is every day. But here's the kicker. The 2656 Taurus in astrology, when you see a 26 degree in astrology of Taurus, especially from 20 to 26 degree, you think of conspiracy, Medusa, one losing their head, lots and lots and lots of conspiracy. And it is these degrees with the 2656 that he matches the state of Maryland. He matches the state of Maryland here. I just did a case. And I'm like, this girl matches Maryland. How does she match Maryland? I figured it out. But I haven't figured out how Sebastian matches Maryland just yet. Except there's some agencies in Maryland, some other interesting addresses in Maryland, but nevertheless, Maryland rises at a 2656 and descends at a 2656 in Scorpio. So Maryland is rising on with Taurus and descending with Scorpio. So it's the exact opposite of Sebastian. So it would never surprise me to hear that he could be found there. Okay. Because he definitely matches. He descends with relationships in Maryland. Then we go into the 7th house of relationships and partnerships. And this is where Sebastian descends with relationships. We all descend with relationships because we have to take out the ego to incorporate somebody else. This full moon in Aries, okay? This full moon in Aries is coming in and it's going to be full right here in the 5th house of kids, creativity, and school. That's where the moon is coming full and going to be full on October 6th, the day after Chris's birthday, right here. That's where the moon is going to be full. The moon, when he went missing, was up here in the 10th house. The moon had went over his Saturn, reflection of Saturn, reflection of authority, reflection of image with the father figure, with the authority. Lots of energy with the church. Something is beginning and ending with his public image. With the fame. The business. Lots of energy was going here. And the Neptune and Hygeia and Saturn, they were all right here. All of these. Mercury, the Sun, Saturn, Hygeia, Neptune, they're all right here. They were in transit. The Sun and Mercury had just come in. The Sun and Mercury, the Sun had just come in to shine a light on charity, on communications, on siblings. The thinking, the power of the mind here. But then we've got Jupiter, we got the teacher, and then we've got the shakeup with the state of Tennessee. The state of Tennessee owns that 1928, but so does the United States of America. The United States of America has that 1928 as well, and that's their dark moon in the 9th house of long travels, of foreign cultures, of religion, big pharma. Colleges. That 1928 is a big one, and it shakes things up here with Sebastian, with groups at home in Tennessee. And it's earthy, so it's shaking him up with values, with earth, with that little flashlight. Uranus, Jupiter, Selena, all of them is sitting in the 6th house. They were all sitting in the 6th house in transit with Sebastian. There was an expansion of the land. There was something that he was learning, and he got shook up. It was abrupt. It took place really quick with his health. And that thinking right there, that all those hormones not allowing him to sleep or what have you. This is all about relationships and his health, the breath, the siblings, childhood friends, information coming in, information going out. It's all about health and shaking him up. And the things that are hidden here. Saturn has just made contact at this 2751 during the time that Psychic Sleuth is putting out her video, during the time that I'm deep diving with that physician. Saturn was at this 2751. It's where all of his problems come with, about the things that are hidden at home or at the new construction or at a home. There's a home here, whether it be his home, the new construction home, real estate, land. Things that are hidden, other people's money with two people, or communications with ring cameras. This is where we're going far. We're going far with a lot of publicity. We're going to go far. There's a lot of mental exploration. There's a lot of competition here. And this would make Sebastian really good because his South Node and his mark is here. The fortune is here. This is going to transform him critically. With long travels, with religion, with philosophy. If he has gone far and he is at a school, it's going to be a private school. It's going to be about a Christian. It's going to be Christianity. It's Christian church. Backed. And we could be in Haiti for all we know. Without that charity. We could be in, he could be in the manhole. We don't know. But this is the way that we theorize in astrology. And we keep an open mind as to not be so fixated that he is deceased and only look at that. We have to look at all angles when it comes to astrology. When we are investigating. Like I said, I first started out investigating medical astrology. And I got so damn good at it that I started doing missing kids. Years ago. Years. Sebastian's public image is limited with a lot of energy with his health. And it either is having to do with a church or with the water. And if it's in the water, I would say it's the manhole. We would start there and follow that trail. Something is definitely beginning and ending with his image. The 11th house of groups that Sebastian has is all about the justice system, relationships, the law enforcement, contracts. And this is where he's magnetized with the law enforcement and agencies and the groups with law. This is the justice, the balance of the scales. The moon is going to be in transit here when the full moon takes place on October 6th, and the sun is going to be shining right here. The sun is going to shine. But it's going to be in opposition. There's going to be an opposing force with all of us. Wherever you've got Libra and Aries, that's where all this is going down. And then for Sebastian, Mars and Mercury coming into Scorpio is going to be right here in the 12th house of things of the past. Things of the past with death, murky water, investigations. That's where it's all. And there's going to be a warring, lots of bullshit talk. About the past. Mars and Mercury in Scorpio are going to be squaring up with Pluto in Aquarius. Pluto in Aquarius is here. It's always a 90-degree angle, okay? Always a 90-degree angle, a square is. So they're going to be here creating a lot of warring with social media about a pond, about the trash, about this, that, and the other, the investigation, things of the past. But Pluto has been transforming. You see, because when he went missing, Pluto, Mars, Venus, all three of them, this stellium, there's a lot of amplified energy here with the second house of values. And it was all right here, transforming, deep transformation with the body, with the movement, with the, what would you call Mars? Let's see. I'm not looking for impatient right here. I'm looking for, we're not thinking it through. Okay. We're not playing the tape through. We are being hasty. This is how accidents take place. Because when Venus and Mars are conjunct like this, there could be an accident. I've seen it time and time again with car accidents. When I see somebody that's got this, woo. One of the guys that I'm thinking about that was found days later, oh God, he had it in Leo. He had Venus conjunct Mars and Leo. And they found him. They found his car. He was upside down. It was awful. Days later. And that is what I thought. He had an accident. Veered off the road. Finally found him. I think it was like 10 days later. Accidents happen. And the accident with the third house of communications, with the power of the mind, with the thinking, with the breath. Yes. Or it could be about his sister. Deep transformation with the warring about his values. And in the future, it could also be that as well. So I look at both. He could have had an accident, or there could have been a car that took him somewhere. And he's with a group or a community somewhere. Because that's what I do. I look at all angles and I express them and I talk about them. But that stellium was intense and it was amplified. Pluto has yet to go over that north node or any of that in the third house. Any of that. Mars at a 10 degree and Venus at an 11 degree. Of course they did. Mars went over all of this. Venus went over all of this in the third house. And they have been expressing themselves this entire time. So this is Sebastian's chart. It's fixed, right? But this is the transits. When I say Sebastian's in transit, they're expressing themselves. I can't talk to Sebastian, so I don't know how they are expressing themselves. But I can tell you what I think, the way it's expressing itself. Palace out of 5 degrees. This is something that had already taken place in the past. Okay. This had already taken place. Zeus, and this is, a 5 degree in Sag. So the Sag, that wake up call had already went over here. It's already here. It's already been here. It's already come over. Pallas and Athena, she had already come over this ascendant, and she was on her way to this 8:30. But she had already touched on that ascendant. She had already set here about a wake up call, about things that are hidden, about trash, murky water, other people's money, taking other people's money and going somewhere else. That had already shaken him up. It already taken place. But this is what's interesting to me, is because this 2433, this Zeus at a 2433, it's in Libra. And it don't matter that it's not in the same sign, because there had already been a breakup with him and the law, him and contracts. 6 days prior. 6 days prior would have been February 20th. That's when there was a lot of energy that was coming over Sebastian 6 days before the 26th. And it was lawful. There was a breakup with it. That tells me that there was something going on with the courts that he was absolutely done with, or was made to be done with, that had already been decided 6 days prior. Not only can I use the tool of astrology to play the tape forward, I can also use this clock to go backwards, to go back into time. So the timeline that I've created for Sebastian goes back into time, and then it goes forward. And I've played the tape through till 2027. I wanted to come live this morning and say, I appreciate, it's now afternoon because I can't shut up. But I wanted to come and say, I appreciate everybody that's always coming to me, the emails, the messages. I appreciate that. I'm putting everything on the map. Anytime you come to me, I'm putting it on the map. I'm dissecting the information. I'm understanding. I'm trying to get an understanding of what's going on, what your theory is, and being open to it. Where my frustration comes is other people, other creators that refuse to support this work. They want me to support them, but they don't want to support me. And that's not, I'm not doing that no more. I'm not doing that no more. I support those who support me. You want to work by yourself? Okay, then stay over there. Other people will message me and they'll talk to me. I'm just having a really hard time, and I'm going to continue to have a hard time with people that want to shut me down, that want to shut me up, or not take my point of view into consideration. It's hard to appreciate something that you don't understand. I get it. I get it. But if you're not willing to take the time to understand, then that's on you. That's your problem, not mine. And I'm continuously telling myself that. Okay? Continuously telling myself that. I want to show you Sebastian's position. So his position here in the 11th house of groups, with relationships and the balance that is being called in at this time with the full moon in Aries. This 2642 Okay. That's his physician. When you go to the doctor or when you have surgery, you are going to a physician. And guess what? Shows up when you go to the physician. Your physician. If I see your physician and it's in the first house in Virgo, I'm going to think you are going to the physician all the time and you are dependent on medicines. You think that you're bipolar, you think you're this, you think you're that. That's physician in Apollo, in Virgo, in the first house. Or in Virgo. I mean, whatever sign, but I'm just saying. I see it all the time. Like I read charts, this is what I do. Been doing it for years, this is what I do. This 2642, the moon would have made contact. No, the moon was not in Libra. It was in Virgo, but the moon is making contact of all these 26 degrees. Okay. What would have taken place is the moon is going to go over these 26 degrees at 136. Okay. So the moon at a 26 is going to go here over the physician in the 11th house of groups. And then the moon is going to make contact with the dark moon. We're going far. And so on and so forth. So there's no 26 other than it's going to first come here. I'm sorry. So it's going to go over his physician. It's going to hit his ascendant. And there's going to be a lot of disordered aggression. A lot of darkness. It's going to go here, here, then here. And it's going to travel through the degrees or what have you. But first, it went here. It went right over the moon, the dark moon, the Juno, all of that. It went over this first house first. I mean, this 10th house first. It went over his midheaven, his Ceres, and then his Saturn. And if I were to take that in consideration, then I'm definitely going with the religious theme, a religion theme. A religious theme. I mean, Ceres could be agriculture too. She could be the land. The land. Agriculture. Cornfields. Like Psychic Sleuth was, like she was saying, it could be a cornfield. Working in a cornfield, working, in agriculture, working. But see, the thing is that didn't he get an award after he went missing? A little old gal from the high school, and she gave Seth an award. Wasn't that agriculture? The reason why I'm saying that is because the public image and the agriculture award expressed itself even after he went missing. And I can guarantee you that when she gave Seth the award, this was in transit. His Ceres was in transit. Because it's not just about agriculture, it's about religion. Pastoral, pastor, priest. Health. If he is in a foreign land, at a school or what have you, he's been there before. He's already been there. Another state, what have you. He's already been there. He's been there before. This 2636, though, Neptune is making her way to that 2642. It's where we are hiding the physician. There's a physician, the enlightenment of the water or the drugs is being hidden. Excuse me. This would be the script. The script as far as the signing on the dotted line. This is insurance, publicity. This is public. This is parks. Excuse me. This is also public works. Libra is also public works, the water. If you will, especially when she makes her way there. So if we look at that 2642, let's see if Neptune ever made it there. Let's see if she ever made it there. 2642. There's 2640. There's 2642. So she would have made it there. This is possibly where or when they were looking in the manholes, possibly, or looking in some type of waterway. And what was hidden? There was something hidden. And you got to dissolve it. You got to dissolve Neptune to see what is hidden. This Pisces energy, this 12th house is ruled by the Pisces energy. When you were in the womb with your mother, connecting with the umbilical cord, that is the 12th house. It's where she gave birth to you in the hospital. This is also about prisons and hospitals. Pisces is an amnesia, the amniotic fluid, amniotic. You have to dissolve it in order to see clearly. In order to get clarity, you have to dissolve the past. And that's what we're doing. That's what we've been doing. But this Neptune, this is where it makes contact with Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, physician Apollo. It's in the 8th house of death, rebirth, regeneration. This is when it begins. Wednesday, February 28th at 3:36 p.m. And only Seth would know what he was doing, what they were doing, and all of that. But here's the thing. This is what gets me. When I look at it like this, when I play the tape through or when I play it back, here's where I have problems. Here's where I have problems. Problems are this. There is a transformation here. First, I just want to say, we're rising with Leo, with a lot of attention, with school, with kids, with publicity. And we are going into the first house. Vesta, when he went missing, was at 2252, 2253. And we've got this 342. There's a major transformation here with health in California. Major transformation with health in California. And on the 28th, it was not just California, but it was also Oklahoma. Y'all want me to Google it? The 28th. Let's look at the 28th with California and Oklahoma. Let's see if it'll tell us that. Anything about the news. February 28th, 2024, California. Let's see what was going on in California, because that degree, there is a transformation with California and with Oklahoma. They both have that degree in their chart. California experienced the beginning of a significant winter storm associated with an atmospheric river, bringing heavy rain and snow to Northern California and powerful blizzard conditions to Nevada. Do you understand what I'm saying here? Neptune was at the 11th house of groups and friendships with Sebastian. All the while, Trans-Pluto is hanging out at the same degree that California and Oklahoma have. But guess who else has that degree? Guess. Michael Proudfoot. No matter what time he's born, he's got that degree. He connects to Oklahoma And he also connects to California. Coincidence? No, it's not. Sure ain't. Let's look at Oklahoma. Okay, so we've got the UFC, we got the Cowboys, we got Texas Longhorns, basketball, blah, 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 blah. February 28th, 2024 at 4:45 p.m. Wildfires impacting state. State Emergency Operations Center remains activated because of wildfires. Okay, let's see what else. Lots of fiery energy. Tornadoes. I don't know if there was tornadoes. A fire truck, sedan. Let's see. Speaker of the House, representatives, parent advocacy. What is that? Parent Advocacy Network. Let's see what that is. What is that? I've not seen that yet. Let me just see what this is about. See if it's about education, remove state superintendent, legislature, because, you know, this is hitting his. Our community has experienced a terrible loss, blah, 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 blah. Student brutally assaulted. It's about transgender, intersex, yada, yada. Interesting. That's what was coming out. That could definitely be the ending, because, you know, Pisces is about endings. Beginnings and endings. You're born there and you die there. The healthcare system, the endings. And that's what that's talking about, is the brutally assault and the death of a student. And it comes out, the justice letter is coming out on the 28th. So I would say that that's more like it. That's going to be more like it, what I'm looking for. Because the energy that I'm looking at it with, the in regard to Sebastian, is about laws. The law. And his friend group, the laws. I would say that that's it. It's definitely not about games. And unless there was a tornado on February 28th, wildfires, that's not what we want to see. It would stand for the transformation of health. Okay, this is definitely a transformation of health. Excuse me, sorry. Dang. Drink some more water. So you just got to wonder and ask yourself, let's see what was going on with Sebastian that day. Let's see what we can find. Okay, so he was missing for 3 days. They had not yet went to the landfill. I know that much. Let's look on the 28th. Let's see if it'll show us anything. February 28th, 2024. Foul play not suspected as Amber Alert remains. So we've got WSMV putting out that foul play is not suspected. Okay, so Neptune, with the physician, the things that we need to dissolve about the past, with the physician, is showing that there's no foul play. But yet California, Oklahoma, and Michael Proudfoot were holding the collective transit. Let me just stop this. I just wanted to show y'all how it's so easy to just go and you can check me, like checkmate here. Check me. When I tell you that something or somebody was in transit a certain day, go look. Call me out. Call me out, please. So let's look at this. On February 28th, we know what was happening in California. We know what was happening in Oklahoma. We know what was coming out with Sebastian. Okay, let's see how Neptune, because Neptune is at the same degree all day on the 28th, from 3:30 in the afternoon Wednesday to 3:30 in the afternoon on Thursday. Neptune is at the physician that's bringing enlightenment. There is a reflection in Libra with the third house of communications. This is also about public works, park, contracts, the law. This is what the law has said. No foul play, right? There's a quincunx here. A quincunx with Neptune and the moon. You tend to be a martyr. You need to learn to say no. Indulge yourself. That's what the data is saying. That's what the data is saying. It's square Vesta, so it is squaring the life. Vesta is all about the reigniting of the flame of life. And so it's challenging Vesta and Astrea. It's challenging the 11th house of communications with the reigniting about the foul play. It's squaring Astrea. The Neptune is squaring Astrea, the divine justice of health. Hold on. Astrea, where's she at? Where's she at? Where's she at? Oh, right there. Now she's at the same degree as Pluto was when he went missing on the 28th. She has made it to that degree. There's a justice, and it's about communications and home. There's no foul with Katie is basically what that's saying, right? That's what they're saying. But there's a challenge here. There's a challenge with groups and what we're hearing in Katie. Major challenge. Because it's a square. Squares are challenges. It's trying Vulcanus, though. It's in a good standing. It's in a good standing with Vulcanus. Let's look and find Vulcanus. Looks like a little volcano. It's right here. It's about things of the past. A home, publicity, school, kids. Things of the past. Homeschool. Possibly. So it's in a good standing with Vulcanus. Really good. About things of the past and all that public attention. It's making 0 aspect to trans Pluto that I can see anyway. Let's look at this. Now let's take a look at this 342 because again, and when I tell you this, you can take it to the bank. When Sebastian turns 18, Pluto in Aquarius is going to be at this exact degree, 342. That goes to Oklahoma and California and Michael Proudfoot. Okay. When he turns 18, Pluto in Aquarius is going to be at that 342. Write it down on your calendar. So let's see these aspects. It's conjunct the Earth. Okay, so we're opposing the Sun, we're opposing Mercury, or we're opposing Saturn. We're opposing all of that. So Saturn, the Sun, Mercury, Vulcanus. Not yet Hygeia. Not yet the health. But I want to tell you something. It's in a good standing with Ceres, and what is Ceres? It's agriculture or pastoral. It's a lot of energy going to it. Lots of energy going to Ceres. Ceres looks like a question mark. Right here. It's at a 721 degree. And on the map, it'd be going straight to California if I were to map it. And that's exactly what I did, is I mapped it. And here's where it gets really fun. It's actually in a good standing with Astrea, the divine justice. Trans-Pluto is actually in a good standing with the divine justice, with where Pluto was when he went missing. Now check this out. Check this out. So we know that this 2642 goes to Sebastian. That's his physician in the 11th house that brings enlightenment. Brings enlightenment. But let me just take it back just a little bit. Let me just go back just 1 second, 1 minute prior. Now we're cooking with some gas here, because Vulcan here at 11 degree and 43 minutes is at the same degree as the teacher that teaches about death, acceptance, rebirth, other people's money. This 1143 is being taught by Sebastian. That 1143 also goes to the manholes and the things that are hidden in the past. That's why I'm looking either in the if Sebastian is deceased, I want the manholes, I want all that water system checked. I can't do it. I can demand, I can whine and cry, stop my feet, but I can't do it. Okay? Otherwise, we are going somewhere else with other people's money, with a teacher. Oklahoma, California, maybe. I don't know, because there's a lot of other degrees in the chart. This is God's will is being done right here. God's will. Boom. The sun is shining on Katie, and so is Saturn. Saturn and the sun is conjunct. They're in conversation, and y'all, this is the same degree that Katie has in her chart with Neptune. What's hidden? Neptune. She has Neptune in Capricorn. It's a Capricorn energy. It's a 946, 947 degree. That's where Saturn and the moon were in conversation. The sun is shining on limits and obstacles when it comes to acceptance, with death, with hospitals, with prisons. Things of the past. Water. So we can play the take through like this. We can play it back. Like for instance, the parent-teacher conference. I don't know exactly when it was, but I think I might know. Let's see, Sebastian. Let's see if I can find it here. Got a lot of connections with Sebastian up in here. Oh, let's see if I can do man running around. Remember that when the man was running around right after Sebastian went missing, the trash truck, when they hired SF. I've got my little Sebastian reported Ford Pond. It's when that lead came in. Ring cameras, different alleged sightings. Where's it at? And it's still searching. Okay, so I've got way too much. Let me see if I can do parent and teacher. Let me see if I can do teacher. Maybe I put that in there. Teacher letter? Teacher meet. There we go. So we get a teacher letter and then a teacher meet. Get the letter and then we have to meet. This is when I'm thinking it could have taken place. Let's see. Go back up to Sebastian. And the teacher meet. Sebastian's birthday had just passed. 2 months into being 15 years old. This is where I think that they had a little meet and greet. This is where, this is when things were really not good. Having to do with Sebastian, his stepsister, Chris, his mom, Seth, his teachers. Because there was a court date coming up with Faith. About Faith. I'm sorry. It was about Faith. It wasn't with Faith. It was about Faith with Nina. And if you were in my live the other day when I was thinking about the teacher and asking who had that 640, it was Nina. It was Nina. It wasn't TF. It was Nina. Anyway, I forgot about that. So this is where there was shakeup with groups. Let's just start here. Let's just start here because we're rising at school on a Wednesday on February 7th, possibly, if that's the day. Okay. This parent-teacher conference, excuse me, God dang. I could get it to that 342 that goes to Mike Proudfoot. Okay. I could get it to Mr. Proudfoot. And I've looked at it, looking at California for the future, looking at groups in California, looking at groups with Michael in Oklahoma, you know, whatever. But this is where I started. Okay. So I started here with Sebastian because I see that there is a lot that's in transit with him. Chiron has just went over the day before, the night before, during the middle of the night. Chiron was at the 1614. When he went missing, okay, the 1614 came into transit. It also goes to Trump. It goes to Virginia. There's a pain. God's will is being done. It's about the courts. It's about things that we're learning. It's about the teacher. Right there. And then we've got Chris. Chris, no matter what time he's born, on October 5th, he has a lot of emotions about home, about family. And this is where Hygeia is sitting. And it's all about things of the past with groups. The sun is shining on it. There is a limit and obstacles here with medicines, with the physician. Because the physician prescribes medications. Excuse me. God dang. So there's a lot of emotions with Chris. Chris is a very emotional person on this morning. Okay. Lots of emotions. We're rising with Pisces. We're coming into the head wound with Sebastian. The North Node is at an 1853. The North Node at an 1853. And see, the reason why we got to take these degrees into consideration is because when he was called in missing, that's what Hygeia was an 1853. They are always going to piggyback one another. These degrees are going to piggyback. Same story, different tune. Okay. So we have the head wound. We got a lot of warring here on the life path. There's a lot of warring, and it's critical about the head, the emotions, the hormones, the values of the teacher. Seth is learning. He is being taught about something or going to be. It's not actually in transit just yet. It's not hitting his ascendant just yet. The lunar nodes of fate are coming into fruition with groups, with Chris. There's a fate with groups about the values. It's critical that we let go. It's critical that we do not harm with Sedna, or that we do not betray. It's critical. Then we have a breakup with communications with 2 or more people, and there's a flame of life. And that Vesta is at a station. She's at a station. It's very intense because she's at a red station. You see that red S? The RX is like, we're going back into the past. We're, the physician, the prescription, whatever, the RX, we got to go back in the past. But this one is stationing. We're moving forward. There's a station. When there is a station, we are moving forward, but we got 1 foot in the past and we got 1 foot moving forward, and we are at a crossroad. This 2144 is the magnetism of Chris Proudfoot. Same degree. The magnetism is Zeus. If you know anything about mythology, Zeus is all about the magnetism of Jupiter. Zeus is the magnetism. Your aura, like the earth has a magnetic field, you have a magnetic field. That magnetism is being reignited with communications in the 3rd house and is critical about our values. Then we go into the 4th house of home with mom, with communications with 2 or more people. There's a justice here. There's a low point with the mental health. And she also is at a station. Critical. She's critical. She is the divine justice of health. She is Virgo. But God, look at this weight. There is a weight on Sebastian's lunar nodes of fate. His lunar nodes of fate are in Aquarius and the South Node in Leo. But there is a fate with a weight on it, with his mother, with his home, with his family. And this 1425, that's Katie. This is where me and Katie and the godmom meet up with Katie going northeast over the manhole, going on up into Ohio. That's for Katie. This is Cancerian, though. Katie has this 1425 in Taurus. I have it in Gemini. And the godmom has it in Aries. She wars with Katie because Katie's burden of money, of the land, of the manhole, what have you, or money. Sebastian and his mother are side by side right here. But he has the weight. She doesn't. She has a devouring energy. He has a weight. He is walking with his head down. There's a weight on him about his mother, her values, what she wants, what she thinks, what she is saying. This 314, this is Terry Bauer. This is Terry Bowersox, the state of Tennessee. The 314, Terry and Tennessee. This is about home. This is about family. This is about a lot of attention. This 314 is his physician that brings, not his physician, but I can't remember, but it's a 314. He connects to Tennessee that way. It's about school. Lots of attention on school. Then we go into the 6th house of health, the everyday. And there is a transformation. The transformation is at a 354. During the day, when it makes it to a 353, we are now on this day, we are now in Colorado. And then we got the dark moon. The dark moon is at a 1409 in Virgo. Disordered aggression, about the everyday and the health factor. And look at that. Y'all look at that. I want you to see this. I want you to see this. Here's a relationship. Bringing a conscious raising experience. It's a 1928. It's opposing the state of Tennessee, this relationship is. It's opposing the state. It's a 1928. That is also the dark moon of the United States of America. The dark moon is a 1928 in Virgo for the United States of America in the 9th house. And it is also opposing the state of Tennessee because the state of Tennessee has 1928 in Pisces. Tennessee and the United States of America oppose one another at a 1928. That's exactly where Uranus was when he went missing. Boom, bam, thank you, ma'am. Okay? This Saturn at a 712, Saturn at a 712 was moving forward. When Sebastian goes missing, the sun is shining a light on that Saturn. There's a shakeup at a 1928 with Tennessee and the United States at a federal level. The dark moon. Here we are, and there's an opposition with the state and relationships here. The state. It's at a state and federal level. We're looking at there's a relationship at the state and federal level during this meeting. If that is taking place on this day, whatever is taking place on this day, when we wake up, when Sebastian wakes up at 8 o'clock in the morning, at little after 8, we got problems. Whatever was going on with him at school, we got problems here. And this is going to lead into the missing event. This is leading this day, the problems that he has with his parents and the sibling and the courts and all of that, it's leading into his missing event. Period. We got the physician at a 622 in Scorpio that's hidden and is critical. It's critical with like CPS, government workers, the government. The things that are hidden. Could be critical with the hidden sex, critical with the physician of Apollo with Sebastian. And we get this wake-up call. It's critical. The things that are hidden, we get this wake-up call. It's a 0021. Sebastian has a 0021 in his chart, and it's Pluto. Pluto in Capricorn is a 0021. That's where he's getting a wake-up call. He's getting a wake-up call. He's getting, like, if somebody were to knock on the door, it wakes you up. It shakes you up. This is about an investigation. There's an investigation here. In the 9th house of higher learning, we are learning something going higher. There is a transformation of values. The dad, the government, older people, structure, authority in his life. Yeah. The desires at a 735. Well, today, that 735 is in transit because this is going back to a federal There are things going on today at a federal level. And that 735 is in transit today as well. It's about responsibility, accountability, the bones of the earth. This is authority. This is the authority. We're learning. It's a higher learning. This is definitely religious at the moment. It's quickly going to a Capricorn. It's going to be in Capricorn. Yeah, that's 735. That's the United States lunar nodes of fate. It's in transit today. Look at the moon. The moon is conjunct Venus, Mars, Pluto. Then we got Mercury all here. So we were reflecting the past responsibilities. There's our values that are being shaken up by the group with Sebastian because his 1846 is in transit. It's being touched. Even though she's here, that 1846 is the same degree. It's making contact. Mars is at a 2539. Well, when he wakes up, there is a lot of warring that is going on with him at home. Before he even leaves the house on this morning, on February 7th, there is a lot of warring that is in opposition. Mars is opposing him. Mars in Capricorn at a 2538 that morning goes into a 2539, and it is opposing him. The values are opposing mom. So mom and dad, structure, responsibility, emotions, they're in an opposition. And there's a lot of warring with Sebastian that's coming in the future with groups, with the media and the communications and the thinking. And that 340 is going to come into the 342. We're going to be talking about California, going to be talking about groups, going to be talking about Michael Proudfoot. Values of Tennessee are not good. The values of Tennessee are a 7-11. That's where the sun was shining, but the state of Tennessee isn't doing well on the morning of February 7th. There's limits and obstacles with the government, with the money. With authority, what they're doing with money. That's all in the past. All in the past. And we could get it. I mean, we could get that Mercury that day. I don't know if this is the day. I don't know for sure, but there's some shit going down this morning. I know that. Can't tell me any different. 340, 342. $341. 342. Selena has yet to get to Seth just yet on that day. But if I look at this, there's a shakeup. Now we're not in the 9th house. Now we're in the 8th house, and it's coming in the future. So we're going to be talking about, there's possibility that we're talking about California during this day, this moment, or a little bit in the future, maybe. But we're still, this is bad. This 2144 is also not just Chris, but it's also where Chris and the FBI share a connection. The FBI is in this chart with Chris. Just so you know. That's how Chris connects to the FBI. His magnetism, their pain. With groups. That would be us. That would be with video. We could even go back in time. We could go forward because that 12 has just left Chris, where he's having an emotional explosion. But then the 12 comes to the 12-15. That's Sebastian. That's his lunar nodes of fate and the health factor. There's the 344 that was in transit when he went missing. That's Israel and Mexico. And then now we're coming to that 12-4. Now we're with the groups. At 10 o'clock in the morning. And there's a fate over Sebastian with his medicine, with home, with mom, with groups. Right there. Right there. And I want to show you this 350. The state of Tennessee has a 350 with Eris, the goddess of war and strife. And it's with video. It's with groups. Not sure if they videoed the teacher meet. What happened here? Sebastian has the 350 in Scorpio and Taurus, outer wheel. There's a fate with him. It's coming in the future. There's this fate. There's that 1853 again. And the reason why I'm telling you, and I'm talking about these degrees like this, is because I want you to understand that when I tell you that these degrees are going to piggyback one another throughout the time period of your life, his life, an investigation, what have you, they're going to piggyback. And they're just going to keep on showing up. They're going to keep on showing up so you will recognize that they matter in the state of matter. Let's take it back. Exactly right there. Boom, bam, right there. Now at 10:30, now Seth is learning about things of the past that he didn't know that was taking place at school. If they are having the parent-teacher conference on this day, there is something that is happening with Sebastian that began with Chris, an emotional blow up at home with his mother. There's a big burden on Katie. There's a lot of problems here with the family dynamic that Seth is learning about on this day, Wednesday morning at 10:30 a.m. Now he's in transit. He is learning about the things of the past. There's a fate with Sebastian, with the groups and his health, the physician, the drugs, the hospital, acceptance, groups. And we're going to keep on going because we got to get Palace to the 0024 because that's where we're talking about school and groups. That's the 0024 is the outer will of Sebastian. So we got to get it there. We got to see what Palace is going to be. You know, is she going to show up in the 7th? Is she going to show up in the 6th house? She shows up in the 7th. She begins her transit with Sebastian in the 7th house of relationships and partnerships. The 12-15 is still in transit. The Hygeia is still in transit with Palace. Little shaky shake. It's a square. They're squaring up. They're squaring up. There's a square. There's a major challenge for Sebastian at this time at 11:30, 11:22 a.m. Right here. I'd be interested in knowing when he went back to his class, when he went back to his friend group, what he said to them. I'd be interested to know that because I can see it. The sun is about to shine on the groups. There's a 353. That's Colorado. The 353 is Colorado. I'm seeing it. Talking about it. maybe not them, but in the media, there's things going on in Colorado on this day. There's this challenge with relationships, the things that are hidden sex, and there's a shakeup with the communications about what Sebastian is networking in school, what's going on at school. Excuse me. There is a 350 is showing up. There's communications that Sebastian is receiving about his health, things of the past, within sex. Been here before with the law, because Libra is the law. It's the justice. There's something beginning and ending at school with kids. Relationships are going dark here. Relationships are going dark. That's what was going on February 7th, 24. And if he was not talking to his teachers, there was definitely something going on that morning with Chris and Katie and Sebastian. Whether Chris was there or not, it was not good. It wasn't a good morning for Sebastian. Maybe it got better. It definitely wasn't it wasn't good. So I hope you guys have learned a little bit more about how I work. How we can use the tool, the beautiful tool of astrology to investigate. Millionaires don't use astrologers. Billionaires do. And a reason for that. You know why? Because I got the stock market chart. If there is not a chart for something, I'm going to create it because I'm going to find out exactly when it was created. I'm going to create a chart for it. When I told y'all last week or a week before, whenever the live that I did through the 26th, I told y'all Virginia was in transit. There was a huge weight coming upon Virginia. And when it comes upon Virginia, it's coming upon Sebastian. He shines where they get a wake-up call about health and investigations. And that's exactly what we are seeing. We see a bunch of generals being called to Virginia. Hello? This ain't my first rodeo, man. I'll be doing this all the time. I do it all the time. 5 minutes before they say that Charlie Kirk got offed, there was an intensity that I was observing. I mean, there's a reason for that. Not because I'm all knowing. It's because I use the tool of astrology to investigate the things that are hidden, whether that be with our health, with our government, or with kids missing. I've showed you guys the map with Psychic Sleuth, what she is thinking, what all is showing up there. I showed you the manholes, the waterways, and February 7th. And I think that that's about all we can get into one day, because I've been talking so much that I'm going to be losing my voice. But I really thought that it was pertinent that we talk about, get some things out in the open, because a lot of people don't understand how I work. And even after listening to a whole live, you still might not understand, but you would just have to keep coming in. But I am only going to be supporting creators that are supporting me. I will support Sebastian and the map and the work But as far as supporting other creators, if they are not supporting me and my work, if they aren't coming in my chats, if they aren't sharing my stuff, you can bet your ass I'm not going to do it for them either. I got to have a boundary. I'm tired of giving, supporting, and being unsupported. I love myself more than that. You can feel like I'm a shitty person for that. I don't, it's totally up to you how you perceive that. I can't fix, manage, control it. But this full moon is definitely calling on me to use my voice, to use my platform, to use the tool of astrology, and to support those that support me. Period. And all of you in this chat are supporting me. If you have a channel and I'm not subscribed, I will subscribe and I will support you. No doubt about it. Hands down. This has been a long ass live, and I really appreciate everybody for being here, for hanging out, for listening to me for 4 hours. It's ridiculous. I could talk about this all night long with y'all because I love to talk about astrology and I love to teach it. At the end of the day, when Sebastian is found, it's all going to come together like a donut. It's all going to come together. All going to come together. Yes, Sandy, that's all you got to do, girl. Just keep coming in. If you see me live, just come in. Even though you may not can see the degrees, you can hear me talking about them. Can hear me talking about them. And it does matter. The degrees matter in our chart, where they're placed in our chart. It all tells a certain story, but the map, man, the map can pull it all together and can create new theories when you're working it the way that I showed you this morning. When we don't flip-flop and go back and forth to certain areas, when we just focus on certain theories. When we just focus on these certain theories and look at the map, then we can kind of get a handle on some of it, Mama, I'm so sorry that you don't understand it. Have you been here the whole 4 hours? Have you been here the whole 4 hours, honey? And, maybe it's just not for you to understand. If you haven't been here the whole 4 hours, then that's why you don't understand. If you have not been here the whole time since I began, then there's a reason why you don't understand, because you haven't listened the whole time. And who can listen for 4 hours? I'm definitely not blaming you. Definitely not blaming anybody for not listening for hours and hours and hours about astrology when it just may not be your thing, And that's okay. That is perfectly okay. It's not for everybody. If you use astrology, it's much, unless you really have the capacity to flip back and forth with your mental processing, it's definitely going to be difficult, more difficult for sure. I can flip back and forth. Yeah, you just can't just come into a chat and just wing it. You got to stay in with it. You got to stay with it. You got to stay with it. You got to keep coming in and keep listening. And then you're going to start understanding a little bit more. April and Jeff, they've been with me for a long time. Seth, he's been listening to this for a long time. But they're not going to understand. You're not going to understand it the way that I do, for sure. I've been doing this for years. Umpteen years. It's a good psychology. You need help with your psyche? Go to an astrologer. Need help with medical? Go to an astrologer. Astrology is beautiful. We've been using it since the beginning of time. But there's nobody that maps the way that I do. Nobody that I know of in the world that maps the way I do. Nobody in the world that's reading astrology the way I do. And that's okay. We all have something to bring to the table. We just all have to bring what we got to the table, and let's put our minds and heads together. Let's work together. It's so much better when we work together than when we don't. You know, you got one over here puffing their chest out. It's all about me, 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 me. You got this other one puffing their chest out. It's all about me, 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 me. Look at me. What about if we just all come together? Put your ego aside. Put your bullshit aside. Let's all come together and let's find these kids. Why is it so difficult for us to do that? I don't know. But I'll be damned if one person, one creator would come to me. If okay, for an example, it, but that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. People that do not support me and this great work, that work my ass off to get to this point. But you got all these other creators. It's all about them. They don't want to work with me. I mean, they want the super chats. They want to fill their chat up with thousands of people. They say that they want to find Sebastian. Huh. Actions speak louder than words. They really do. There are creators that have supported me in this work. They have come to me with locations of things that they have actually wanted to work the map with me. Leanne is one of them. Of course, now she's working full time. That's out. But I'm here to tell you, if these creators aren't coming in my chat, if they aren't talking to me, if they are not sharing my stuff, I'm not doing it with them either. It's over. Those days are over. And Junie is a damn good astrologer, and I'm definitely going to keep sharing her stuff, talking to her. Yeah, Sandy, nobody does it the same. Nobody does it the same. We all read differently, don't we? Yeah, money is all they care for. And I'm telling you, I've definitely monetized my channel now. I'm tired of working for free. I'm tired of it. You damn right I'm going to monetize my channel. I hope I get all kinds of memberships and all kinds of super chat and stuff like that. It's because I work hard. I work until the moment that I wake up and get my coffee to the time I go to bed. And I'm not giving to receive. I am giving to get better at this art of using astrology to map. But when I do come on and I do talk, yeah, I mean, I like to be compensated. I don't want people just calling me all the time, asking me for this or that and the other, and they don't want to compensate me. You know, thank you. Enjoy the simple lives. Oh my God, you become a member. Enjoy the simple things in life. Became a member. Y'all. Shauna, She became a member today. I'm going to get my little thank you thing, my little thank you song together. I'm going to get it together, y'all. Aw, I love it. I love it. Thanks, y'all. I love it. Because when I do members only lives, it's going to be really great. It'll be really great because I'll be able to show things that I can't show otherwise or talk about. You know, if I really want to get down and dirty and just cuss up a storm, I'll feel better with members only than just everybody and their mamas hear me. Oh, thank you. I do have a passion here. It is a passion. You're a sweetheart. Thank you. Thank you so much. Enjoy the simple things in life. And Shauna, if you're still here, I just now saw that. It's wonderful. That's wonderful. I really appreciate you guys. The link for the membership is up. It's in my bio with the I think I've got my TikTok link, I've got my Stand Store link, and then I've got my membership link. My rooster, I think he's on the front porch. One of them anyway. He's probably telling me he wants to go back there and get in the coop, but he's not. Because I've got little chickens back there. I got the little hens, and he's way too big to be hanging out with my little hens. No way, Jose. No way. Ain't happening. But yeah, we can go back and forth. We can go back into time. We can go and play the tape through in time. And we can just keep seeing a timeline of where energies are expressing themselves with Sebastian. But this day, y'all, this was a big day. This was a big day. I don't know if anybody can link it to you, Kylie's nail candy. I don't know if anybody can link the membership in the chat. Yeah, he is loud. He's very loud. And, you know, you would think that roosters do that in the mornings. No, he does it all day. And if I'm trying to record a video and he's doing all that, I'll tell you what, I will go outside and I will yell at him. I will tell him to stop, to please stop. And lo and behold, he will. It's just that he's gotten to these two roosters that we have left. They've hit puberty. And they are getting a little more cocky than I like. I still only want hens. And we've got the two roosters that are left. And one of them got on Jeff. One of them, like, where he's walking, the rooster is walking behind Jeff, and the rooster, instead of stopping or waiting, he jumps on Jeff's feet on the back. And I'm really concerned, very concerned, actually, that he will not just jump on my heels, but he's going to jump on my head. You know, I'm really worried about that. I'm really worried about that. They don't do anything for us except tell all the predators where the hens are. All they do is want all my cucumbers and eat all the food. That's it. And pounce on my babies. They want to pounce on the babies. They're just so not nice. And eat and eat and eat and eat. Junie became a member. Oh my goodness. Welcome, Junie. Welcome, girl. Oh my gosh, Junie. So sweet. Girl. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, we are going to do so great. We're going to do so great on this channel. Now that I don't have, now that I don't have Leanne to collaborate with, she was showing my maps. She was showing, doing her little tarot and stuff like that. talking about her visions and her dreams and all of that. Now she is full-time at work, and I really miss her. And I'm hoping to start collaborating with other astrologers. I really want to start collaborating with other astrologers, with other creators. And so maybe Junie and I, maybe we can show up and show out together on a live or on a video or something like that. But yeah, so this is about all I can do for today. If you didn't catch my full moon in Aries, I dropped it this morning. I had to edit it for the last couple of days. I've been playing around with it. I really didn't want to put graphics in it, but I did. But I did look at that. And so what my next video, I don't know, but I'm really trying to put videos out. Like if I'm putting videos out that I would want to see, okay, that I personally would be interested in watching, especially in my earlier years with my esoteric studies, with different things about, the religions and things of that nature, because I've got a whole book, his story, that's 4 pages long. And I am, some people call it a book, some people call it a thesis. It's where I've taken all my knowledge and I put it into one work. But I'm also prophesying for the future of things to come, that I would see things to come. And I wrote that in 2017. So what I've been doing is I've been taking those writings that I have in his story, the history of mankind's evolutionary consciousness back to God. I've been taking those writings and I've been creating videos. And that is what I'm interested in. That's what I was interested in. That's what I'm still interested in hearing about. And of course, also how we can use the tool of astrology to investigate things that are hidden. And with the full moon in Aries, we definitely have, obviously, war on the agenda. We definitely have things going on with our military, with the justice system, with the judges, and the square that I was talking about earlier with Mercury and Mars that's coming into transit on the 6th. It's going to be squaring up with Pluto. So Mercury is right now is in Libra. I see that there is God's will is being done with the U.S. Marshals right now. God's will is being done with the Marshals. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Before I let you guys go, let me just go ahead and tell you what's happening today. Let me just tell you what's happening today. There's things going on with the U.S. Marshals right this moment. Things of the past. What's happening right now? Oh, God, there's a disordered aggression with communications with Eric Craddock right now. Things going on with Eric Craddock today, for sure. The South Node at a 1702 is coming down to a 1701. The 1701 is Utah. The values here with Nettie, with BB. There is a major transformation that's taking place right now, today, all day, with Department of Defense, Department of War. Major things are being shaken up with China, with BB, with Netanyahu. Major weight on Elon Musk. Major weight on Elon and Pete. There's a justice here with Russia. There's also a justice here with Iran. Iran and Russia. Iran, Russia, China. Of course, all of that is going to be in transit. I mean, it's going to be in the news Not right now. It will be. Sun is definitely shining on the UK, North Carolina. There's already been a little shaky shake with a relationship with California and with New York. So I don't know what's happening, but we just have to Google it or see we're reflecting here. And I'm looking at I'm thinking about the lunar nodes when Sebastian went missing. They were 1753. So we're reflecting on that, on his past missing event. Interesting. All right. I just wanted to talk that out real quick. Hope you guys have a great rest of the afternoon on this Tuesday. I'm going to eat me something and drink more water. But the lunar nodes of fate, god dang. Lunar nodes of fate with the United States. The United States is fated today. Fated today. Our monetary system is all jacked up, y'all. It's I can just tell you right now that the Dow, the stock market, all of that, everything is like, we're at a tipping point right now with the Federal Reserve, with all of that. And that's basically what you're going to hear in my full moon. But if you know where you rise, if you know what your sun is, if you know where you shine, of course, everybody knows probably where they shine. I shine in Pisces. You may shine in Virgo. That, when you hear a full moon forecast, it's got the rising signs. You don't have to just listen to your rising. You can listen to the moon sign. You can listen to your sun shine and how it shines in that sign. So like my moon is in Cancer. So I'm going to listen to the Cancerian rising sign forecast too, because that's a part of my reflection. I'm going to listen to the Pisces because that is a part of how I shine. You see what I'm saying? So you don't have to just listen to the forecast with just the rising. You can also implement and consider the way that you shine or the way that you reflect when you hear those videos. But anyway, y'all have a good rest of the afternoon. And I'm going to leave, I will leave this chat with, or leave this stream rather, with Sebastian's theme. The anthem. Here we go. Until next time, guys.
Clean like your soul, won't be forgotten. We stand strong for you, never give up. Seek justice and truth. Day and night we search. Community gathers, wipe the tears away. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, babe. It lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, hey, it lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong.